Again, our show order will be similar to yesterday. The classes are a little bit different. The weights are a little bit different. So you might want to check there on the wall. On the office, Junior Fair office wall, they have the classes for the open class Market Lamb show today. Again, we will be weighing back the top 5 before those will be placed. You will enter in through the west end and exit the east end. We now have class number 1, Hampshire Lambs, weighing 99 to 118 pounds in the ring. So we're going to make a first call. First call for class number 2. Class number 2, Hampshire Lambs, weighing 119 to 126 pounds. First call. Our judge today is Dan Willoughby, a Purdue University graduate and member of the 1988 Purdue Livestock Judging Team. He brings over 45 years of experience in the livestock industry. Dan and his wife Carol are the founders of Willoughby Sales, the nation's oldest multi-species online sales and marketing firm. Together, they have played a significant role in the shaping modern of livestock promotion and auction services. Today, Dan proudly works alongside his son Justin and daughter-in-law Erin, who own and operate Willoughby Sales, continuing family legacy. When not working, Dan enjoys judging livestock shows, traveling with Carol, and spending time with his family, including his grandchildren Eleanor, Everett, and Estelle. Let's give Dan a nice welcome here this morning here at the Ohio State Fair. You need some room? Give me that. Give me that. Yep.
All right. That's our shared. I'm good. Are you good?
Yep. Yep.
I just want the chair. I don't need the space.
Second call for class number 2. Hampshire Lambs weighing 119 to 126 pounds. Second call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Last call for class number 2. Those will be Hampshire lambs weighing 119 to 126. This will be your final call. Just to make here an early announcement, the big committee would like to congratulate all of our open market sheep exhibitors on your hard work and dedication throughout this year's Ohio State Fair. Your commitment to raising and exhibiting quality livestock is what it takes that makes this program so special. The big committee was founded on the simple belief, bred well, raised right. Thanks for the generous support of our title sponsors. That's A.G. Buffer and Son and Farm Credit. Our open market lamb sheep show sponsor, Shell House Livestock. And many dedicated breeders, businesses, and families, we are proud to recognize the accomplishments of Ohio's outstanding sheep exhibitors. Now just remember, exhibitors, just a friendly reminder, for our Big Committee Award recipients, please stop by the Big Committee table outside the Sheep Barn office to receive your monetary awards. Congratulations on receiving a Big Committee monetary award today. And if you didn't get a picture, I know yesterday we were calling for pictures. There might be some of you that need to get a picture done. I want to thank the Big Committee.
Well, what an exciting class to start. I think we've got a class that goes really deep down into this division, and I'm excited about getting started today. We get two of them at the top of the class. They're both a little different from each other, and I don't want you to get gauged in here that, you know, this is a type we're going for or this is a type we're not going for. But when I get to looking at these, the one that puts the most good things into that package is the young lady's sheep here that has the darker blouse. That one is so stout, made from the ground up, and then you get to study in the true aspects to him. He is so wide at his base. He's wide when he hits the ground. That sheep is so good in these forerib and he's rib shaped, and then comes into a great explosive top and rack and comes out into a great big hip that's wider from stifle to stifle. Now, guys, if you want to land into this ewe lamb in second, there's a lot of things that I like about her. And if we're just going to profile them and we're going to look at them from the side view when we got them planted, that's the one you need to land on. That's the longer fronted one. She's right in her line. She balances up down her top out of her hip and back leg. A sheep that just lays in so good in her blade. Where she just fell shy for me in relationship to that one that wins the division. Maybe just doesn't have that extra curvature and extra explosion of muscle that guy has that wins the division. But that is one good lady there to stand in that second position. The one that we have in third, I think you come into these next three and they kind of fall into where they need to go. These are all really heavy muscled sheep. They're sheep that are wide at their base. They're stout from the ground up. The one that gives me a little more youthful look is the young man here in the green. That one's shallower through his front end. He's shallower through his chest floor. He gives me an extra shot of length, and he's fresher when we get our hands on him. He's cleaner right in his forerib, and then he comes into a big explosive top. I think the two that are my closest pair that are fourth and fifth, those are the lambs that are just really powerful. They're really good in their basic design. They've got them right to the touch. Both these lambs get just a little deeper in their front end, get a little rounder off their front end in relationship to those top three. I think the one that comes in four just gives me a shot more product. That's why he lands in that fourth position. But I think five that are just tremendous. It's going to be a great day. If you would, show your appreciation to young people for bringing us a nice set.
Our results of class number one, Hampshire Lambs win 99 to 188 pounds. First place goes to Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Second place goes to Elise Honeycutt from Hartville. Third place, Hunter Saltzner from Seville. Fourth place, Carter Prince from Conover. Fifth place, Dallas Cribaheny from Richwood. Sixth, Shelby Bays from Ashland. Seventh place, Adeline Gillette from Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. Eighth place, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Ninth place, Avery Flax from Springfield. And 10th place, Sierra Boyce from Franklin. Entering the ring, this is class number two. Hampshire Lambs weighing 119 to 126 pounds. We'll make a first call. First call for class number three. Hampshire Lambs weighing 127 to 133 pounds. Class number three. First call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. E-L-I-S-E.
I'm always black. Straight black coffee in the office. So if I go somewhere, it's something special. Something sugary.
Second call for class number 3. Class number 3, Hampshire Lambs, 127 to 133. Second call. Exhibitors, today you'll be bringing your hard copy. Again, don't forget to bring your hard copy entry form to the ring today. That'll have your weight and your scrapey tag number on there. So you'll be bringing the hard copy today. Also, if you are scratching, we really would appreciate if you would let the gals know that are entering at the ring area. Ann and Pam are down there. Just let them know if there is a lamb that is scratched. That way they won't be looking for you to come in. Last call for class number 3. Hampshire Lambs weighing 127 to 133 pounds. Last call.
Well, another great division. We get into this set, and we're really deep through this class. The one that I use to win the division, I think he's one that when he gets out on the move is where he puts it all together for me. That one stays more coordinated in his look and his stride as we get going. He's the most youthful through his front end, through his chest floor. He's the most youthful up through his neck and his head. Then he comes out and he comes into a great explosive top, and he's the freshest handling one in the class. I just think a nice place for me to land in this division. It gets a little closer for me, and it's a give and take when we get to second and third. I'm going to use that real tall fronted, up-fronted, arrogant-looking one. That one ties his shoulder up high. He ties up his neck high up into his neck and shoulder. He's explosive and athletic in his muscle dimension. He comes out of his rack really nice. When he gets in here and we push him and kind of compare him to the one that wins the division, maybe just not as fresh and youthful through his front end, but that's a really, really good one to stand in that second position. A real good pattern, good looking one's the one we have in third. That one is just impeccable in her design. I love how she ties up through her front end. She lays into her blade, comes into a nice balanced tip. She's nice off of her rear hock. Where she falls shy for me when we get into that top pair, I just like to give her more curvature, just more explosion, and just open her up just a bit to get her into that top pair. But that is one good looking, one really good pattern, one that the young man ought to be very proud of. We come into the one that's in third. That's an explosive, heavy muscled one. I love the rack shape. I love the dimensional loin that this guy has. I love how wide he is from stifle to stifle. At times that may work against him a bit because he gets a little rounder out of his dock. He's a little shorter in his hip. I'd like to lift him up at his dock a bit, but power and width, that guy's got it. He's stout from the ground up, a real nice sheep to stand in that 4 hole. The one that we have in 5, the young lady shows the heck out of this one. His best look is when she has him planted up and has him going. She gets him put together down his top very well. He comes and he handles nice. Where the guy falls short for me, he comes to me in pieces as we push him around the ring. He wants to come unloose at his top and get just a little loose in his structure for me, and that's why he falls in the 5th position. If you would, let's show our appreciation, young people, for a nice class.
Our results of class number 2, those are Hampshire Lambs weighing 119 to 126 pounds. First place goes to Oksana Gossard from Herod. Second place is Avery Rice from Farmdale. Third, Bryson Bays, Ashland. Fourth place, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Fifth, Mallory Snyder, Fort Laramie. Sixth, Morgan Neal from Bellevue. Seventh, Abby Snyder from Shelby. 8th place, Bryn Shearer from Shreve. 9th place, Michaela Cressup from Mount Gilead. And 10th place, Lane Petrie from Tip City. Entering the ring, we have class number 3. Class number 3, these lambs here weigh 127 to 133 pounds. Going to make a first call for class number 4. Class number 4, Hampshire Lambs weighing 134 to 139. First call, class number 4 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call for class number 4. Second call, class number 4. Hampshire Lambs weighing 134 to 139. Last call for class number 4. Last call, class number 4. Hampshire Lambs weighing 134 to 139 pounds.
We get in this division, I can tell you it gets pretty rough here. The water gets pretty deep, and I think we've got 3 excellent ones at the top, and I think we got 2 very good ones there in that 4th and 5th. When we come in and we start analyzing these top 3 lambs, for me, I think it lies on personal preference. I think this guy is the most youthful one in the ring. He's the one that's tucked up in his chest floor. He ties his neck up high into his shoulder. He gives me that little extra shot of length when we look at him from the side. A sheep that's really round in his body. He's fresh to the touch. Where he wins it and where these top 2 come in and they get in that top pair, they're the 2 that come to me at the widest part of their base of their chest. They're the widest going away from me. Just think there's more just natural width and dimension to those 2. That's why we need to land them at the top of the class. My closest decision comes into this 2nd and 3rd pair. I think there's some things that I can give and take on both of those lambs. The one that I put into 2nd's the one that I think comes with the more power. He comes out in a bigger rack, a bigger loin, bigger, fresher loin, and a bigger hip. And as we talk that top pair, he's the wider base, wider bodied one. Now, if I could change that guy in any way, I'd like to give him a little more ease and flex off of his front end. But I think he's the one that's fresher for me today and needs to land in that 2nd position. A real tall fronted one's the one we have in 3rd. That one's, he ties up high into his neck and his shoulder. That is the most elevated fronted one. When we get to studying this guy, he's maybe not as fresh to the touch as what those top 2 lambs are. Maybe gets a little narrower at the ground up, but he's good in his lines. He gets just a hair deeper in his chest in relationship to the one that wins the division, maybe not that one that stands in 2nd. But I'd just like to give him more curvature to get him into the top pair. We come into this one in 4th, and then you come into a lot of classes, that one's going to come to the top of the class. He's a tall-fronted, good-looking one. He resembles that one we stand in 3rd in terms of elevation through his front end. That sheep just gets a little just deeper right there in his breastbone. Maybe doesn't give you as much muscle and mass, but that is a stout-footed, stout-boned one that's got a good pattern and good look to him. A real good-looking one that we have in 5th is the ewe lamb. Really tall fronted, lays in good in her blade. She's just impeccable in her design, the way she runs around the ring. One that's nice out of her hip. Just give her a little more power to get up into that top 4 with those weathers. If you would, let's please show our appreciation to these young people for bringing us a nice class.
Our results of class number 3. Class number 3, Hampshire Lambs, 18 head showed. Those lambs weighed 127 to 133 pounds. First place goes to Addison Bryant from Ashland. Second place, Bria White from Ashland. Third, Bailey Narup from Loveland. Fourth, Carly Mag from Ottawa. Fifth, Ella Altizer from Sunbury. Sixth, Delaney Duke from Worcester. Seventh, Brody Barth from Marietta. Eighth place, Paisley McCarroll from West Milton. Ninth place, Trenton Day from Delaware. And 10th place, Betsy Young Peter from Spencerville. Entering the ring is class number 4. So we're going to make a first call for class number 5. That'll be our final Hampshire class of the day. Class number 5, Hampshire Lambs weighing 140 to 161. We need to have those to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. First call, class number 5. Second call for class number 5. Hampshire Lambs win 140 to 161. Second call.
We get in this class, and obviously you can see I've moved one up a great deal since we've started into the SIFT and didn't pull her over, but I tell you, I've gained my appreciation for that one as we get to study in this top 5. The one that never kind of wavered for me to win the division's the young lady's sheep that I have in the first position. That's the freshest handling one, the one that's there today for me. I think puts the combination of things together. He's the stout one from the ground up. We get in the center part of his body. He's round-bodied. He's good in his rib. He's good out of his hip. Just think of just an excellent place to start in this division. I tell you, guys, don't ever give up on me, because one thing that I want to be, and I'm not gonna ever say that I'm perfect, because that's just not the way it is. And if anybody tells you they're perfect, well, you better be a little skeptical. That one right there, young lady, I appreciate you staying with me. As we study him, he's maybe not the neatest colored one when we get him out here, and maybe just doesn't strike you right off the bat. But that one is a good one. He's good in his lines. He's tall-fronted. He's nice the way he constructs up through his front end. He's shallow through his front end. And the young lady has done a tremendous job getting him there today. He's fresh out of his rack and over his forerib, and comes into a nice hip, nice place to land into second here for me. The young lady's lamb that we have in third, that is another one the young lady's done a tremendous job getting him presented. He's got him here today for me, and the way he touches great down his top. He's fresh over his rib. Where he falls shy of those top 2 lambs, that one wants to get a little bolder and deeper through his front end, just showing a little more of his age for me in relationship to those top 2, but that's a real good one to stand in that third position. The one that we come into 4, another real powered up one. If you study him coming and going to you, he's as wide and massive as any of them you want to look at today. He's wide through his chest floor. He's wide as he goes away from you. When I get to studying this guy, I'd like to freshen him up out of his hip a bit. He's starting to pack on some just fat for me there. He's not as natural in his look out of his hip. I'd like to lengthen him up in his side just a bit. He gets a little more conventional in his frame size. If I could change that about him, we'd get him up there in the top 3. That's an awful nice one to stand for. A real good pattern, real good design one is the young man that rounds off the top 5. Obviously, when we hit him coming into the ring, we pull him immediately. That's where that sheep shines for me. He's good in his pattern. He's good on his feet and legs. That guy is probably the narrower base, narrower gauge one in our top 5. Just needs a bit more power, but that is a good-looking, good structured one that's really nice to be in that 5th position. I did comment to the young lady that we have here in 6th. That might be as good a handling lamb as we've had today. He's fresh down his top. He's good over his forerib. That guy just gets a little different up through his chest floor and front end for me. Maybe not as square out of his hip, but that is an awfully nice one to stay in 6th. If you would, let's show appreciation to these young people for a great class.
All right, class number 4 results in. First place goes to Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Second place, Jamie Maxson from Conover. Third, Reese Cook from Mansfield. Fourth, Reese Toller from down south. Fifth place, Justin Grassball, Creston. Sixth, Sophia Michael from Lynchburg. Seventh, Gabriella Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. Eighth, Avery Kramer from Wapakoneta. Ninth, Ashton Anderson from Cinderberg. And 10th place, Molly Meyer from Fort Jennings. In the ring, we have class number 5. Class number 5, this will be our final Hampshire class in the Hampshire division. These lambs weigh 140 and up. Again, I'll ask the first and second place class winners in class 1 through 4. Class 1 through 4 in the Hampshire division. We need to have those 2 lambs from each one of those classes back into the Schroyer Show Stock Makeup Arena to show for our champion and reserve Hampshire. Again, classes 1 through 4. Again, we need to have the first and second place Hampshire class and reserve winners from classes 1 through 4. We need to have those into the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. We're ready to take those on. Our next class will be for your champion and reserve champion Hampshire. This year at the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Show, we are live streaming. Our live streaming is provided by Ringside Live. In 2026, it's only the third time that the opportunity for live streaming here at the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Show. And it was provided through the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn promotional auction. We want to thank Ringside Live. Again, they've been with us here. This is the third day. They started with us on Tuesday for the showmanship and the commercial use show, and then yesterday for our Junior Fair Market Lamb show. And again, we're glad they're with us here again today, doing an excellent job. I've had a lot of good comments of those folks with Ringside Live. Again, we want to thank those that have helped out with that. Shell House Livestock Company has sponsored some of the funds for the Ringside Live. Of course, there's been some rotating ads also provided by several of the Club Lamb breeders. Again, glad to have all those folks helping us out. Also in our Sheep Barn promotion program, there is a banner above the makeup ring, and our purchaser this year for that banner was the Schroyer Showstock. Again, that banner is above the Lamb Makeup Arena. Again, we want to thank Schroyer Showstock for purchasing that banner. Also, we'd like to thank Shell House Livestock. They also was the sponsor for the auctioneer stand banner, and also for the scale. Again, they've been great supporters of the junior and open class show here at the Ohio State Fair for many years. The Shell House family, again, thank you, thank you. They sponsored the announcer stand and also the banner above our way back scale. We need 3 more lambs. We need 3 more Hampshire lambs into the makeup arena. Again, we're about ready to go with our final drive for our champion Hampshire All run. So we need 3 more lambs yet into the makeup arena.
Well, I think an excellent class to end our Hampshire division off with. I think 3 that are really, really tough at the top of this class, and I got 3 that I really appreciate. But as we come into that second trio, we get into this top trio, and the lamb that I choose to win the division with, I think he's the combination sheep in the drive. That one's a tall-fronted, good structured one. He balances up down his top line. He's at ease when we push him around the ring, and that sheep handles fresh to the touch at this stage of the game. Just really like him about that. We get to the next pair, and I think that's my closer pair as we start to study him. I'm going to go with just true shape, athleticism, and muscular look with that one that we have in second. I think he's fresher up through his front end. He's fresher through his chest floor. When you get on him, that sheep has more rack shape, more loin shape to him, and he's just trimmer when we get into his forerib. I think the sheep's really nice in terms of the way he moves around the ring. If we're going to change him a bit, maybe just like to stouten him up in his bone work to get him in that top position, but a real nice one to stand second in this class. The young lady's done a tremendous job with the one that we have in third, another one that's stout from the ground up. He's stout in his look, he's stout in his foot. When we get to study him, he gets a little more mature through his front end, maybe a little deeper through his front end. A sheep that's laying just a bit on his forerib, I just like to clean him up there, but that one is nice out of his hip. He's constructed well out of his rear leg. Like him a great deal to stand in that third position. When we get to that next trio of sheep, that 4th, 5th, and 6th, it just comes down to pure power, freshness, and shape for me. They all three bring some things that I'd like to change about them, but that one that stands in that fourth position, if you study him down his top and out from stifle to stifle, that is a muscular dude. He's expressive out of his rack, he's loin, he's wide from stifle to stifle. Yeah, he gets a little round off of both ends, but there's a lot of product to that guy. The one that we have in 5, again, it comes down to 5 and 6, and I just think there's more sheep to this guy. He's more powerful out of his rack. He's more powerful out of his loin. He's wider from stifle to stifle. Again, he maybe comes with some structural things that I'd like to change about him. He's got so much muscle in him. He's a little restricted in his movement. If I could loosen him up and free him up a bit, that guy could press him a lot in terms of muscularity and mass. This one that stands in 6th, I think he pushed him real hard in that top 5. He just gets a little flatter, and that's being awfully critical of a sheep that's round and robust and athletic in his muscularity, but a sheep that does have a lot of product to him. If you would, let's show appreciation to young people for a tremendous heavyweight Hampshire division.
Our results of class number 5. Those were Hampshire lambs weighing 140 and up. 15 head shown. First place goes to Kendall Davies from Bowling Green. Second place, Sutton Weston from Marion. Third, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Fourth place, Elsie Honeycutt from Hartville. Fifth place, Tate Browsey from Louisville. Sixth, Ashton Anderson from Centerville. Seventh place, Carly Mag from Ottawa. Eighth place, Brody Potcotter from Marion. Ninth place, Brody Snyder from Somerset. And 10th place, Eli Petrie from Tip City. We're now ready for showing your Grand Champion Hampshire and Reserve Champion Hampshire lamb. Starting off out of class number 1, those lambs weighed 99 to 118 pounds. First place, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Runner-up in that class was Elsie Honeycutt from Hartville. Out of class number 2, those lambs weighed 119 to 126 pounds. 16 head showed. First place was Oksana Gossard from Harrod. Second place was Avery Rice from Farmdale. In class number 3, 18 head shown. Lambs weighed 127 to 133. First place was Addison Bryant from Ashland. Second place was Bria White from Ashland. Out of class number 4, 18 head showed. Those lambs weighed 134 to 139 pounds. First place, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. And runner-up was Jamie Maxson from Conover. And then in class number 5, 15 head showed. Those lambs weighed 140 and up. First place was Kendall Davies from Bowling Green. Second place is Sutton Weston from Marion. Go make a first call. First call, all Shropshires. All Shropshires, that's class number 6. First call, class number 6. We need to have those to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. All Shropshires, class number 6. throughout the day from the big program. They will be paying premiums out to the top 5 in each class, also the top 5 in each breed, and also the top 5 overall. Second call, all Shropshires, class number 6, all Shropshires to the makeup arena. After our Shropshires, our next breed will be Southdowns.
Well, we get in this first division, and it's always a time of being anxious, then to coming and seeing what the expectations are going to be for the day. And we start with a very, very competitive division, and I knew it was going to be a competitive division when we started, when we, come and call the Hampshires out, and then Ohio State Fair. I know we're going to elevate to a different level, and we've done that, and that my expectations have been fulfilled for this division. There's one of them out here that hits me really hard, and it's just when we come out and we study them, and for me, I think the key to this is they got to be right for me. They've got to touch right. And I know a lot of guys say, boy, he handles them too much or studies too much on condition. Guys, I think that's part of it. I know we all want to feed these things for 16 to 18 months and we want to make them last for a long time, but that's not necessarily my philosophy. I think we need sheep that get out and grow. I think they need to be fresh when they come to the ring. I think they need to be youthful in their look. But yet, we've got to have sheep that are big enough and they get out there and go for them. And I think that's where it's stretching me just a hair on what I'm going to do in this division. I think there's one of them out here that is so good in his design. He's so good to the touch. He's just great when we get him out here into motion. Guys, if I ask you what the weight of one is today, you need to tell me what the declared weight is. Don't tell me what they reweighed. You can tell me what they reweighed, but I want to know how you declared them today. The lamb that I'm going to use is going to come out of the second division. I think he's awfully good.
Our champion Hampshire lamb comes out of class number 2, Oksana Gossard from Herod.
We get into the next set of these, and I think we get in our first and seconds, and I think that one comes out there and he does all the good things for me. I think he's in the right package, right condition for me. He is just right on that ease of being big enough for me. I think the next ones that come out, the next 4 that come out, they are impeccable to the touch. They're nice in the way they bring in their appearance. I'll show you 2 through 5. If you would, let's show our appreciation, young people, one last time.
Our reserve champion, Hampshire, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Third is Avery Rice from Farmdale. Fourth is Kendall Davies from Bowling Green. And fifth place is Sutton Weston from Marion. That concludes our Hampshire division. Yes. Okay. Okay, we're ready for class number 6. Class number 6, all Shropshires into the ring, please. This will be class number 6, be a large class. All Shropshires. Going to make a first call. First call for all South Downs. First call, all South Downs. That's class number 7, all South Downs. Second call, second call. We need to have all South Downs. That will be class number 7. Second call, all South Downs to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Last call, class number 7. Last call, class number 7, all South Downs. Need to have those to the Schroyer Show Stop, Makeup Arena.
We get in this breed division, and I think 5 that are really nice up at the top, and then we've got a 6th one here that's just got some things about him that I really like about him. This champion that we're going to come out and use, that is the fresh fronted, that's the fresh handling one, that's the one that's the most coordinated on his feet and legs, and that's where he wins the division for me. If you study that guy as we get behind him on his rear hock, he's more stable off his rear hock, he comes out with a wider stride, and then he's so fresh to the touch down his top and out of his hip, he's wide from stifle to stifle. That's a really nice place for me to land. The stouter boned one's probably the one that we have in second. He's stouter footed, he's stouter boned, and got that stout look to him, and I like that about him a bunch. You bring him into a lot of these divisions, he's going to soar to the top for a lot of guys. He's massive down his top and out of his loin and out of his hip. He just gets just a little more mature through his front end, and where he falls shy for me in relationship to that champion, he wants to get closed up a little bit at his base when he hits the ground. I'd like to make him hit that ground a little truer off his rear hock, and we could get him up in that champion spot. But a great reserve division champion for this breed. We come into the next one again, another one that's stout and rugged from the ground up. He's massive down his top. He comes out into a nice square hip. When we get to studying him, just not the curvature to his body, not that athletic look that those 2 champions and reserves bring to us, but a real nice one to land in that 3rd spot. The real robust, muscular one is the one that we have in 4th. That one opens up with more rack shape and more stifle shape than anything that we have in the class. With him being so massive and rugged, sometimes that works against him when we study him. He gets a little rounder off of both ends, but that is one that has got a tremendous amount of product to him, a tremendous amount of mass, a real nice sheep to be in our 4-hole. Again, another one that we bring out that's just fresh to the touch. He handles nice down his top is the one that we have in 5. He's at one that I'd like to make him a bit stouter from the ground up. He gets a little more refined in his bone work. He's maybe not as athletic and fresh in his look out of his hip, but that is a sheep that handles nice down his top. He's got that curvature to his rib and his body, a real nice one to round off our top 5. One that's real interesting to me is the one that we have in 6. The young lady brings this one to us, maybe the freshest one in the division. He's right in his lines. He's right off of his feet and legs. That one's probably one of the more immature ones in the class. He just needs more time. That one's got a lot of future to him. If you would, let's show our young people a big round of applause and appreciation for a great class.
Our results of class number 6, all Shropshires. First place goes to Boston Stapleton from Somerville. Second place, Dawson Staley from Fredericktown. Third, Ephraim Fowler from Sellsville. Fourth, Gavin Richards from Bowling Green. Fifth, Nathan Sattler from Defiance. Sixth, Betsy Young Peter from Spencerville. Seventh place, Taylor Wadsworth from Atwater. Eighth place, Lola McCarroll from West Milton. Ninth, Peyton Prince from Conover. And 10th place, Ella Alter from Yep. Yep, she's from Ohio.
Did you get them?
Yes, sir. Entering the ring is class number 7. Class number 7, all South Downs, AOA 103 to 157. We're going to make a first call. First call for all Dorsets. That will be class number 8. Class number 8, all Dorsets to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Class number 8. Second call for class number 8. Second call, class number 8, all Dorsets. Last call for class number 8. Last call, class number 8, all Dorsets to the makeup ring, please.
Well, we get in this Southdown division, and we've got some individuals out here, and if we study the lineup, you get the puzzle put together, and you're going to say, well, he's forcing these pieces here, and he's forcing these pieces there. I'm going to measure them up to where I see the pluses and minuses. One place I never wavered is the young man that's in the red shirt here. He's the one that's won the division the whole drive for me. That's a tall-fronted, complete one. He's nice to the touch. He's nice and he's balanced. That just one that puts all the pieces together for me. I think a real nice champion to represent this Southdown breed. We come into the next 5, and I tell you, we can go pluses and minuses, and I can bring any of the next ones up and talk them into that second position. The one that I want to use is the one that it comes in the young man in the dark shirt here. He's the one that's the more powered up sheep. He's the sheep that's wider at his base. He's wider in the center part of his body. He balances up in his lines nice enough for me. He's maybe a little more mature through his front end than a few of them, but that one is the one that's the most right for me today, and to put him in that reserve position, I think a great representative for our Ohio State Fair. The big sheep that we have in third, I bet you this guy's been out and he's been campaigning, and he's probably been a winner in this division several times through the summer maybe. That is a good-looking, good pattern one. He's tall-fronted. He's good out of his hip. He's good on his feet and legs. He just gets a little more advanced in terms of his maturity and cover for me today. That's why I land him in the third position. A great pattern, great balanced one. Another one that's just tremendous in her pattern and her design is the little girl's lamb here in fourth. That is a good structured, good pattern, good design one. You couldn't ask for a better silhouette of one. Ties up nice into her neck and shoulders. She balances up down her top. Good on her feet and legs. She is just not as shapely as those top 3 that we have in this division, but just impeccable in design and just paints us a beautiful picture. The one that comes in 5th position, that is one that when we start to measure him against the one that's here in 6th, he's more market ready for me today. He brings more product to us today. He brings more power, more width, just pure muscle for me, and that's why we land him in the 5th position. As we put the lamb here in 6th, over in the 6th position, I told the young lady, I said, that one's going to be the one that's going to surprise us as we go further. I don't know what her plans are with that sheep, but I think that one is kind of like the ewe lamb that we have here in the 4th position. Just tremendous design, just tremendous look to him. That sheep's shapely. He's just so immature and so green today. I had to lay him in the 6th position. I think a tremendous set of Southdowns. Please show appreciation to young people for bringing us another great division.
Our results of class number 7, all Southdowns. First place goes to Ashton Anderson from Centerburg. Excuse me. First place goes to Zayden Wooten from Salem. Second place goes to Ashton Anderson from Centerburg. Third goes to Adila Culp from Pemberville. Fourth goes to Hainsley Horning from Bucyrus. Fifth, Molly Meyer from Fort Jennings. Sixth, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Seventh, Clifton Culp from Pemberville. Eighth, Miles Toller from Bidwell. Ninth, Cameron Prince from Conover. And 10th place, Eli Petrie from Tip City. In the ring, we have class number 8, all Dorsets. We're going to make a first call for class number 9. Class number 9, that'll be Oxford Lambs weighing 117 to 132. Class number 9, Oxfords weighing 117 to 132 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call for the first class of Oxfords. That's class number 9. Class number 9, Oxford's weighing 117 to 132. Second call, class number 9.
We get in this Dorset division. I think they fall together pretty nice for me. I think that the one that wins this division is really one that can stand a lot of competition. That's a tall, fresh-fronted one, youthful in his look. He's just tremendous in terms of his touch. He's right on pace for me today. He comes back, and he's the truest on his feet and legs. A real nice one to be our champion in our Dorset division. We get into the next pair, and I'm going to go with the stouter, more rugged one. This one I know fought the young man through most of the class, but as we got him loosened up there and he went to go, he's good in terms of his pattern and design. He gets a little bolder in his shoulder for me, maybe just gets a little bolder in his look, but that is a stout, rugged sheep from the ground up. He's nice to the touch down his top. He comes into a big square hip, a real nice one to be our reserve champion in this division. The young lady has done a tremendous job with this one in third. She's got that one where he needs to be in terms of touch and handle for me today. He's youthful up through his front end. He ties his neck up high into his shoulder where he falls shy of those two that win the division. We need to make him just a little more stout and rugged in his look, a little bolder, just more true shape to him to get over those top two, but that is one that gives us a tremendous picture from the side view profile. Like him a great deal. We come into the next lamb, and this one is just where he lands in here at fourth is on just pure touch. That sheep is fresh to the touch. He's shapely out of his rack and his loin. He's wide from stifle to stifle. Where he falls shy is he maybe gets a little staler in his look in terms of his pelt. He maybe wants to break just a bit as we put him into motion, but she has done a tremendous job getting that guy here for everything she could get out of him. He's fresh to the touch. He's right today. A nice one to be in that fourth position. Another one, pure raw touch and just handle is the one that we have in fifth. That one's fresh over his forerib. He's fresh down his top. He handles nice. The guy gets just a little flat in his shape for me, gets a little off at his dock, but just a nice one to round off this division. If you would, let's show appreciation to the young people for our Dorset division.
Out of class number 7, all Dorsets weighing 97 to 145 pounds. First place goes to Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Second place is Chance Holly from Bowling Green. Third, Bryn Shearer from Shreve. Fourth place, Aubrey Barron from Somerset. Fifth place, Elsie Honeycutt from Hartville. Sixth, Addison Dillo from DeGraff. Seventh, Tate Bussey from Louisville. Eighth place, J.C. Schroeder from Continental. Ninth, Miles Toller from Bidwell. And 10th place, Easton Librick from Delphus. Entering the ring, we have our first class of Oxfords. This is class number 9. These Oxford lambs weigh 117 to 132 pounds. First class of Oxfords, 117 to 132, class number 9. We're going to make a first call. First call for our second class of Oxfords. That'll be class number 10. Class number 10, second class of Oxfords. They weigh 133 to 165. We need to have those to the makeup arena.
said the window, which is right. I mean, Saturday it's supposed to rain, so I mean, if he mowed it yesterday, that's not my problem. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know whether it's that horse place down on Claiborne Road. The guy that bought the horse.
Second call for our second class of Oxfords. Class number 10, Oxfords weighing 133 to 165. Second call. Last call for class number 9. Last call, class number 9, or be our second class of Oxfords. They weigh 117 to make that class 10. Class 10, Oxfords weighing 133 to 165. Last call for class number 10, Oxfords, 133 to 165.
Well, I tell you, this class is kind of surprising. It's one of those that you kind of look at the whole division, and I got 7 of them here that I can grab on, and I could justify them and get them in there where I want to go. The one that I think that for me puts the most good things together is the young lady here in the green. That one's the most complete. When you study him in terms of his structural integrity and just the mass and the athletic muscle shape and stoutness that he has and ruggedness, that one's the one that's got to win the division. He's stouter coming right out of in terms of his rack shape. He's more robust in his forerib, and a sheep that just comes back with more true shape and just expression from end to end, and that's why he wins the division. This ewe lamb just keeps growing on me as I go, and if I stand out here and look at her too much longer, I'm gonna come in and think, you know, I like this piece, I like that piece. She brings some unique pieces to what she has. She is so good on her feet and legs, and I don't know if she come in and we didn't grab her early because she's fighting a little bit, but the more she relaxes out here, the more she gets and goes, the more attracted that I am to her. She is very crisp to the touch. She's as nice touching as any we've had in the ring today. You study her, she's so high up into her shoulder and neck, and then she balances up on her feet and legs. She almost comes to where she gets a little refined in some parts to me. I'd like to stouten her up in her forearm just a bit. I'd like to stouten her up in her forerib just a bit to get over that one that wins this division. But that is one that ewe lamb that just has got a lot of good pieces to her and got a lot of good things about her. I like her a great deal. We come into the one that's in third, and that's another one a lot of people are going to grab onto. That's a real complete, nice structured one, balanced and designed, good on his feet and legs, a sheep that balances up down his top and out of his hip. He's maybe not as fresh as those top 2 in this division for me. He gets just a hair deeper than they do. He gets a little more advanced in his condition and cover right there in his forerib. But guys, that is one unique one that's really nice and can win a lot of classes, and a lot of people will grab onto that one. Real good sheep to stand in third. The one that we have in fourth, another one. Muscularity and mass is where you want to talk about that one. Rack shape, loin shape, wide from stifle to stifle. He's stout from the ground up. He just started to show his age a bit for me. He gets a little more mature through his front end as that top trio. He gets a little rounder off of both ends. But guys, that is one, when she gets him put together, he's got a tremendous look to him. He's stout from the ground up. Really, really good. The one that's the most immature in my top 5 is the one that we land in 5. I love the pattern and the design of this one. I think this one's got some days left in him. I don't know what the young lady has anticipated for him, but that one's youthful in his look. He's green to the touch. He's shapely down his top. He's constructed good off of his rear leg. A real nice one to land in that 5th position. We come into the one that's in 6th. As I said, I think we need to show some merit and talk about these next 2. The one comes in just balanced, complete in his design, just gets a little plainer in his look, and that's why I land him in the 4th spot, but just real complete. Don't find a whole lot of holes in him. A real good one to stand in 6. Probably the most muscular one that we have in the class is the one that we have in 7. That one's the most massive coming out of his rack and down his loin. He's probably the most massive from stifle to stifle. It works against him a bit for me when we get him into motion. He wants to get a little rounder out of his hip. He doesn't handle his back hock as nice as those top 6. That's why I land him in the 7th position. A real nice class to start our Oxford division. If you would, please put your hands together and let's show our appreciation to those young people.
Our results of class number 9, first class of Oxfords, weighing 117 to 132 pounds. First place goes to Bryn Bullinger from Sterling. Second place is Elise Honeycutt from Hartville. Third, Shelby Bays from Ashland. Fourth, Kenzie Wooten from Salem. Fifth place, Delaney Dute from Worcester. Sixth, Morgan McMahon from Marion. Seventh, Ella Alser from Sunbury. 8th, Brinley Rice from Farmdale. 9th, Haley Blosser from Amanda. And 10th place, Paisley McCarroll from West Milton. In the ring, we have class number 10. This is our second class of Oxfords today. After this class, we'll need the first and second place out of class 9 and also this class for our champion and reserve champion, Oxford. Our next breed up will be our AOB division. You're on deck. Be getting ready to bring those to the ring, to the makeup ring. Again, AOBs are on deck. Be making your way to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Let's make a second call. Second call for AOBs. AOBs, that will be class number 11. Second call, AOBs. We need to have those to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call, AOBs. Last call for AOB class. Last call for that would be class number 11. Class number 11, all AOBs. We need to have those to the makeup arena. Last call.
This is a close pair for me. I think these two are the two that need to come to the top of the class, and I guess it's where you weigh your preferences on what we do. They both have got those extremes that I like. If I could tie them together in one package, man, we might have us a deadly one that comes out here. Because I think when the young lady comes out and we study the side profile of this one, we study the motion of this one, I love him. I think he's just tremendous. He ties up so high into his shoulder with his neck. He's smooth through his shoulder. That one balances up down his top, out of his hip. He's good on his feet and legs. He handles tremendous. When he hits the ring, I'm thinking there's just not anything going to push him in this class. But I'm telling you, this is a tight pair for me. It's a tight decision. I flipped it both ways. We come to the one that's in second, and you study him. That one's great in his design. You study him, he's straight in his lines, he's good out of his hip, he's good on his feet and legs. Does he get just a notch deeper through his front end? Yeah. Does he get a notch shorter in his side view profile? Yeah. But he gets so wide when you get behind him and you get in front of him, and he handles so nice to the touch. Guys, it's just where I laid my priorities today. That is one tremendous dude that we stand in second. The one that we put in third, he's one that, again, we pull him right off the bat and get him right up there. That is a tall-fronted, good-made, stout-made one that handles nice to the touch. He's getting a little more mature and a little more advanced than those two that win the division. When I study him in relationship, and this is getting awful critical on one, he gets a little rounder off of his shoulder and off of his back end. He just doesn't hit the angles as nice as what those top two do for me. That is a really, really good sheep to stand third in this division. The one that we stand fourth, another one, just a little plainer in his look. You know, he just comes to you. That one just won, though. You can't beat a hole in him. He's really good on his feet and legs. He's good in his lines. He's muscular down his top. He handles nice. Is he as extreme in those points as what those top three are? Probably not. But guys, that is a really, 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 really good sheep, and one that's hard for me to put fourth in the division. I think really, really nice. The next one that we come out with, he's maybe more expressive in his rack shape and loin shape than the one that we have in four. But when we get out and study him out in his hip, I'd like to lift him up at his dock a bit. I'd like to give him a bit more flex off of his rear hock as we put him into motion. But man, when you get your hands on him, he is tremendous to the touch. He's shapely down his top. He's athletic in his look. That is a nice set of Oxfords. We've had a nice 2 classes of Oxfords. Let's show our appreciation to young people for bringing a nice class.
Our results of class number 10, that would be your second class of Oxfords. Those lambs weighed 133 to 165 pounds. First place goes to Bailey Narup from Loveland. Second place, Nathan Sattler from Defiance. Third, Callie Hoppus from Marion. Fourth, Kinsley Bruns from Fort Recovery. Fifth, Coy Ike from Eck from Petittsville. Sixth, Isaac Petrie from Tip City. Seventh, Cameron Prince from Conover. Eighth, Hunter Barron from Somerset. Ninth, Carmela Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. 10th, Mason Elkinger from Oxford. We're now ready to show for your champion overall Oxford out of class number 9. Out of class number 9, those lambs weighed 117 to 132 pounds. First place was Bryn Bollinger from Sterling. Second place in class number 9 was Elise Honeycutt from Hartville. Out of class number 10, those lambs weighed 133 to 165. First place, Bailey Narup from Loveland. Second place was Nathan Sattler from Defiance.
We get in this division, and I tell you, yeah, it brought a new excitement to me on this because I think this Oxford division's been pretty good, and we get these four out here, and I think it's elevated a bit. And we look at the qualities of this and the qualities of each one of these. They're not all the same. I'm not going to even try to sell you on that, but there's a lot of positives out here, and there's a lot of good to these lambs. They're youthful. They handle good. There's one of them out here. We talked that last class. If I could put them together, I'm going to tell you, the one that more nears putting them together for me is the one that comes out of that lightweight division. I think he's got the power. He's got the look. He's the freshest one for me today. He'll be our champion.
Our champion Oxford comes out of class number 9, Brinley Bullinger from Sterling.
I think it gets pretty close when we get out here and we look at the two that we have left, the class winner from the heavy class and that one that stands second in that class. We get studying them and we look at them. I think they got a lot of the same look to them, pattern, design. I think the one that's more shapely, more athletic, more massive in her look is going to be the reserve out of the lightweight division.
Our reserve champion goes Elise Honeycutt from Hartville.
You have to know third quarter.
Okay, we're ready to go for the AOBs. This is class number 11, AOBs. These lambs weigh 95 to 152 pounds.
So you got Brinley Ballinger or Ballinger.
After the AOBs, we're ready to go now with the white face crosses. White face crosses, we're going to call class number 12. Class number 12, white face crosses. Those lambs weigh 105 to 168. All white face crosses. Second call, second call. Class number 12, white face crosses. That'll be all white face crosses.
Lots of different breeds, lots of shapes and sizes out here. For me, it kind of comes together in a good, complete puzzle. I kind of logically put them all the pieces together. The one that's here today, the one that's ready today, the one that's more market right today is our Suffolk sheep. That one is as nice pattern as you want to make one. He's explosive down his top, comes into a big square hip. He's good on his feet and legs. That's a nice place to start in our AOB division. I tell you what, pound for pound, we might have as good a sheep as what we have in the whole division standing here in reserve today. I love the pattern. I love the design of this one. He just gets to prospect for me for an August or a July show or August show. We're right there. That one's got a good future to him. He's explosive racked. He balances up nice down his top, out of his hip. He's good on his feet and legs. The only thing that guy needs is maturity and time. That's a good one. He's a great place to land for our reserve champion. We get into those next three Dorpers, and it just comes to true shape and leanness and just market readiness for me. And it's a young lady that stands in third. That's the trimmest over his forerib. He's the shapeliest down his top into his stifle. Yes, he does get a little rounder off of both ends. I'd maybe like to make him just a little stronger down his top. But for that one today, pound for pound, there's a great deal of product to him. And that one puts it together for me into a nice enough package. He'll be third today. The two that we have in fourth and fifth, I think they're very similar in their kind. They come to us in a massive package. The one that has more center body, more center width and mass is the white sheep. He just comes together with more power, more robust forerib to him, more robust body to him. That's why he stands in the four hole. I think we get into these next three and we can get in here and we can plus and minus things. The one that has more product for me is the Dorper sheep. I'm going to leave him in the fifth hole. Power out of his hip from stifle to stifle. Think he's awful good. We come to the Horn Dorset, and then there's another one. He's right there. That sheep is shapely out of his loin. He's good on his feet and legs. He's getting a little more maturity in relationship to those top five for me. Like to clean him up in his forerib a bit, but that's a nice pattern, good-looking one. Guys, don't take anything away from this Katahdin sheep. That's a nice sheep. That sheep, I think if we'd have brought him in here another 30 days earlier, we could get him up a bit farther. He's nice in his pattern, nice in his design. A Katahdin that brings us some muscle. He's just getting a little advanced in terms of his condition and cover for me today, but study up on that one. That's a nice Katahdin. I appreciate her bringing that one to us today. If you would, let's show our appreciation, put our hands together for a nice AOB class.
In our AOB class, out of class number 11, 7 heads shown. First place goes to Delaney Duke from Worcester. Second place goes to Gavin Richards from Bowling Green. Third place goes to Brooklyn Meyer from Fort Jennings. Fourth place, Riley Starcher from New Concord. Fifth place, Nathan Workman from Springfield. Sixth place, Brian Walpe from Greensburg. And seventh place, Aubrey Thompson from Centerburg. In the ring, we have class number 12. These are all white face crosses. Make a first call. First call for class number 13. That'll be natural lambs weighing 95 to 113 pounds, class number 13. First call. Second call, second call. First natural class, class number 13. Natural lambs weighing 95 to 113 pounds. Second call. while we're working through this big class. Again, United Producers Incorporated is here again this year. If you think you are done with your project for the year and would like to have your lamb project marketed, the United Group is here. Keslin Bigley from Producers Livestock and Rick Reynolds are down here on the east end of the show arena, the exit end. The lambs will be weighed out of the Show House Livestock scale. So if you are interested in marketing your project, you feel like you're done with the lamb for the year, they can get that lamb marketed for you today. Last call for class number 13. That'll be your first class of naturals. Class number 13 natural lambs weighing 95 to 113 pounds.
We get in this speckled division, and I think a division that's extremely tough from a long ways down. We've got a lot of them in this class, and I think it's very competitive. To come out here and say that maybe one of them comes out here and just puts it all together for me, maybe not. But they all bring a lot of the real high-end pieces. The one that wins the division is going to be our champion. That is the power sheep. That is the sheep that's opened up the best in terms of his chest floor, his base width. He comes with more power down his top. He's wider from stifle to stifle. He ties up great. That young lady does a tremendous job getting that one driven and getting him going. If we just stand him still, I mean, that one is impeccable. When he gets out into motion, I will tell you, I'd like to free him up a bit. He's got so much muscle to him. He may be just a little tighter in his movement, but I think he is so good in the places he's good, he needs to be our champion, and that's where we're going to land today. The one that we have in second, I think when we come into just pure power and width and mass and freshness and explosive rack, freshness and dimension, a robust rib, that's the one we have in second. And I think he follows the type, the kind, and design of the one that we win the division with. He's stout from the ground up. He's powerful. He's not as tall-fronted and geeked out through his front one-third of his body, but that's a stout-made, wide-made one that I like a great deal. The ewe lamb that we have next, that is a fresh, immature-looking one. That one is explosive and athletic in her muscle shape. She's neat when you get your hands on her. She's nice through her front end. When we look at her in relationship to that top pair, I'd like to soften her up and flank just a bit. She comes to us so raw, it's almost a disadvantage to her. I think as that one gets more mature and she puts more on her, she's going to get better as we go. The next two that we come in, I really wanted to land on this one that we have in fourth when he first comes out in the ring. That is probably the nicest pattern, nicest footed, nicest legged one that we have. Pattern design, when we get off the side of him and look at him, I love him. I just think he's so good that way. But when we get in front of him, we get behind him, we got to make him wider from the ground up. We got to make him wider through the center part of his body to run with those three beasts that we have at the top of the division. That is a nice sheep, one that'll get better as we go on. The one that's a little out of place as we put him into our top five is the one that we have in fifth. That's a tall-fronted, long-bodied one that's long up through his front end. He's stout from the ground up. Maybe gets a little rounder out of his hip in relationship to those top four, but you just love the silhouette when you get him put together. You look at him from the side. A tremendous set of white-faced crosses. Please show your appreciation for a great class.
Good class. 31 head in that class. That'll be our largest class here of the day. First place goes to Adeline Dunlap from Mainville. Second place, Tori Moran from Richwood. Third place, Julian Ball from Danville. Fourth, Brody Narup from Mainville. Fifth, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Sixth, Berkeley Miller from Amanda. Seventh, Elise Honeycutt from Hartville. Eighth, Kenzie Wooten from Salem. Ninth, Maddox Narup from Mainville. And 10th, Brindley Cook from Mansfield. Is that your preference, is water? In the ring, we have class number 12, Makette class number 13. We'll make a first call for class number 14. First call, class number 14, Natural Lambs weighing 114 to 126. First call, class 14, Lambs weighing 114 to 126 into the makeup arena. Some other people we would surely like to thank today: the Banbury Hayhurst Livestock and the Farm Printing. They have sponsored and made the champion and reserve champion banners for all the breeds today. So we really thank them. Again, they've done this for the last couple years, but Banbury Hayhurst Livestock and the Farm Printing, they are sponsoring and they have printed the banners for all the breed and reserve champions and reserves today. So thank you to those folks. Last call to Class 14. Last call, Class number 14, that's natural lambs weighing 114 to 126.
Well, another really competitive class. Well, I get in this division and we come in, and these sheep, they're a little greener than some of them that we've seen, in a greener class than what we've seen. I think I've got one down here in 8th. I told the young lady, I said, that one's so muscular, it's hard for me to look at him today. He's so lean and green and trim in what he is. But that sheep there has got a lot of merit to him, that one standing in 8th, in terms of shape. And that rawness and immaturity works against him today. He's just not got enough there, and he's not smooth enough for me to get him up there today. So that shows how much quality that we have in this division. I think the 5 that we have out here are really, really good. The one that comes together, this one's the one that I latch into, and I get to the top of the class pretty quick for me. He's the best designed, best patterned one. He balances up down his top. He's right out of his hip and off of his rear leg. He comes with that body and that shape to him. He's stout from the ground up. A real nice one to win this division. My tightest pair is the one we come into in 2nd and 3rd, and I'm going to go ahead and use the ewe lamb. I think she's got more comfort in her structure for me, and that's why she lands in the 2nd position. She eases around the ring a little easier for me. She balances up down her top, out of her hip, and then when we start studying feet and legs, that one is wider at her base. She handles her toe better as she strides out. She handles her hock better. She's easier off of her movement. That's why she goes in the 2nd position. The one that we have in 3rd, another real good-looking one. The young lady shows the heck out of this guy. He's up-fronted. He's right down his top. He's square out of his hip. He just gets a little straighter when we put him into motion and doesn't have that flexibility that the top 2 have. He's probably the narrower base to that top trio also as we move him around. But that is a good-looking sheep that handles nice down his top and out of his hip. A real muscular, shapely one is the one that we have here in fourth. If you study him, you can see it from ringside. That one rises up in his rack. He's shapely out of his rack and his loin. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He just gets a little straighter off of both ends. He gets a little rougher when we put him together. He's one that I would compare to that one we have down the line. He's so muscular and maybe works against him and doesn't blend him together as nice. But if I could make him a little more flexible, I could get that guy up a little further in class. One that balances up really nice on her feet and legs, and she gives you that nice silhouette when we have her planted, is the one that we have in 5. Where she falls shy is she gets a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. She's not as stout in her structure as those top 4 are, but that is a nice bodied ewe that's got that curvature and roundness of her body. She handles nice to the touch. A real nice class to start this natural division off. Please put your hands together for a tremendous class.
Our results of class number 13. Results of class number 13. First place goes to Adlin Bryant from Ashland. Second place goes to Ada Thomas from Wakeman. Third, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Fourth, William Gossard from Harrod. And fifth, Tinley Cook from Mansfield. Sixth, Addie Fine from Casttown. Seventh, Peyton Prince from Conover. Eighth, Ella Altizer from Sunbury, I believe. Ninth, Haley Blosser from Amanda. 10th, Sydney Saltzman from Cary. First call for class number 15. Class number 15, natural lambs weighing 127 to 135. First call, class 15, natural lambs 127 to 135. Again, we'd like to thank the big committee, and the big committee would like to congratulate all the open market sheep exhibitors on their hard work and dedication throughout this year's Ohio State Fair. The big committee was founded on the simple belief bred well, raised right. Thanks to the generous support of our title sponsors, A.J. Boofer and Son and Farm Credit. Our open market sheep show sponsor is Shell House Livestock. And many dedicated breeders, businesses, and families are proud to recognize the accomplishments of Ohio's outstanding sheep exhibitors. Again, just a reminder for the Big Committee Award recipients, please stop by the Big Committee table outside the Sheep Barn office today to receive your monetary awards. Congratulations on receiving a Big Committee monetary award today.
Everybody woke up today and got worried about their Indiana State Fair meeting. Oh, wait, the fair's next week.
Second call for class number 15. Natural Lambs win 127 to 135. Last call for class number 15. Last call. Natural Lambs win 127 to 135 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
We get in this division, and I think there's 5 that are pretty stout out here, and I think I could take them and shuffle them up, and I could reason with you on any of the 5 to win the division. The one that I like is the young lady here in the pink. That one is really stout and massive down his top, out into a big square hip. He's the wider base one for me. I think he's just got more natural shape to him, and that's why he lands in the top position for me. I would like to see this guy, as we put him into motion, have a little softer step off of his front leg. He gets a little straight off of that front knee, but when I get to study him, he's relaxed enough off of his rear hock for me. I think he moves around well enough for me, and then when you get him placed and you get him set up, that is one good looking dude. We get into the one that's in second, that ewe lamb. Really good pattern, really good design. She maybe is a little more flexible off her front knee than what that one that wins the class is. But when we study her, she doesn't open up with that amount of mass and that true shape that wether does. But that's a good pattern, good design one. Really nice and relaxed as we put her around the ring. I like the young lady's lamb here in third, and I've studied that guy a great deal. I like the way he touches. I like the way he handles down his top. I like the shape of muscle he has out through his hip. That guy gets a little extra long for me, which throws him out of balance a little bit. He wants to make him look a little deeper through his front end and a little more tucked up at his flank. And I tell you where he fell shy for me is when you get underneath the wool and you watch him take that step. That guy's the softest pastern one that we've maybe had today. I'd like to shorten his pastern, lift him up off of that back foot a bit to give him a little more stable stride. The ewe lamb that we have in fourth, another good pattern, good designed one. Young man shows that one just tremendous. Gets her set up, gets her going there. She's good on her feet and legs. Where she falls shy, we get back to her hip and her loin. I'd like to make her a bit fresher there. I'd like to make her a little softer when we get down into her flank. She wants to get a little dry for me there, but a real good-legged, good pattern one to stand fourth in this division. One that is just tremendous from the front 2/3 forward is the one we have in 5. This is the widest base, widest bodied one that we have in the class. I love the shape coming out of his rack. I love the shape down his top. I like the shape through his back, through his hip. But when we get to studying structure, we get to studying design on this one, he's the shorter hipped, rounder hipped one. If I could take and make all of them, the front 2/3 of them like that in terms of power, rib shape, and rack shape and loin shape, I'll do it all day. I guess got to reconstruct that one out of his hip to get him into the top 4. That is a tremendous sheep. We get into some really good ones as we go farther down in the class. Please put your hands together for a nice set of natural colors.
Our results of class number 14, natural lambs weighing 114 to 126 pounds. First place goes to Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Second place goes to Bailey Browsey from Sycamore. Third place, Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Fourth place, Maddox Narup from Mainville. Fifth place, Adeline Gillette from, I want to say it says Scarborough, Pennsylvania. Sixth place goes to Gia Stickle from Bowling Green. Seventh place goes to Josie Weir from Sycamore. Eighth, Cadence Griffin from Lower Salem. Ninth is Taylor Wadsworth from Atwater. And 10th place, Blake Van Dresser from Salina. First call for class number 16. That'll be your natural lambs weighing 136 and up. Class number 16 be our last natural class of the day, weighing 136 and up. We need to have those lambs to the Schroyer Show Stock Makeup Arena. Second call for class number 16 natural lambs weighing 136 and up. Last call for class number 16. Last call, class 16, natural lambs weighing 136 and up.
Lots and lots of good pieces in this division, this class. The two most complete lambs are the two that I chose to win the division. The young man here in the blue, that's the one that kind of comes together for me in terms of just balance, design, all the pieces and parts, puts more good things into one complete package. That one's bold and robust in his forerib. He's got that center curvature to his body. He's wide from stifle to stifle, stout from the ground up. Nice place for me to land at the top of the division. The one that comes in second is the one that most nearly follows the type and trend and design of our class winner in the terms of the way she comes to her lines. She's tall fronted, she's shapely down her top, out of her hip. She's maybe not as square and full in the upper part of her hip as what that class winner is, but she may actually give us a little more ease as we put her into motion around the ring. That's a nice one to be second in this division. The big, burly, massive one's the one that we have in third. That one's extremely massive out of his rack, his loin, and comes into a great big leg and hip, and that almost works against him a bit because he gets so bunchy and round and a little shorter in his appearance out of his hip, and that's why he falls in the third position for me. For one that is so muscular and so massive, though, he is good on his feet and legs. He's good in the center part of his body. Just like to make him just a little easier out of his hip, and we could get him up further in the class. The lamb that we have in fourth, the big scaled one, that's tall fronted. He gives you a little extra length of side, shapely down his top. He's stout from the ground up. He's the deeper shouldered one. He's the one that's deeper from the apex of his shoulder down to the base of his shoulder. Gets a little flatter and plainer, and he's looking in relationship to those top three, but one that it does have mass, has width, and has some stoutness to him. The one that we have in fifth, that is the sheep that handles tremendous. That sheep worked his way up as we went. He's nice over his rib. He's nice down his top. He's shapely down his top. When we get to study him in relationship to those top four, he's the one that's the most closed up at his chest. He's the narrower based one, but that is extremely shapely and athletic in his muscularity. I think a really nice class of five there, a nice class all the way through. Please put your hands together for a very nice division.
Our results of class number 15, 14 head shown. Lambs weigh 127 to 135 pounds. First place goes to Jasper Marker from Greenville. Second place, Addison Dillo from DeGraff. Third place, Julian Ball from Denville. Fourth, Tori Moran from Richwood. Fifth, Avery Flax from Springfield. Sixth, Zayden Wooten from Salem. Seventh, Eli Gerlach from Piqua. Eighth, Cassandra Grassman from Ottawa. Ninth, Micah Bittaker from Alliance. And 10th place, Tucker Schufenecker from Oregon. Entering the ring now is class number 16. This will be our final class of naturals for today. So we need to have the first and second place individuals in class 13, 14, and 15. We need to have first and second place in 13, 14, and 15 into the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena so we can show for our champion and reserve champion natural colors. Again, we need to get the first and second place class winners for the natural division. That'll be classes number 13, 14, and 15. We need to get those into the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena so we can show for our champion and reserve champion natural. We still need 2 more lambs, 2 more natural lambs for our champion drive. We need to get those into the Schroyer Show Stock Makeup Arena. We need 2 more.
Another class with lots and lots of quality. This top pair is really close for me, and they're the power pair. They're the power players in this class. They come in with structural integrity. They come in with balance. They come in with design. They come in with that extra shot of muscle, and then you get from the ground up. Those guys just pound the ground in terms of width and body width and shape for all the way down their top. It's just where you come into the fine points of those two where you separate them apart, and you really can't pick a hole into each one of them. The one that I think hits the ground with more authority, hits the ground straighter off his toes, just a little more structural integrity, is the one that the young man has that wins the class. I think that's where I need to go. To say, take nothing away from this one that we put into second. I think that one comes with as much power, with as much mass, with as much stoutness, and just structural integrity. That's an awfully good one. We're just splitting hairs with them when we get in there and get into that and put them first and second. I think that's an awfully nice pair to win this division. the one that we have in third. It just comes down to true mass and just freshness for me in this middle pair. This one comes in with more shape out of his rack, out of his loin. He's fresher at his hip-loin junction. That sheep's fresher all the way through him. A sheep that I love, the roundness of body. Lots of classes, that one's going to come out and win the division. That is an awfully nice sheep to stand third. Again, the one that we have in fourth, tall-fronted, gives you that extra length of any of them in the class. That may be as big an outlined one as we have in the division. I love the length of side, length of neck that he has. And again, another one that's stout from the ground up, where he falls shy, and he's not narrow by any means. He just doesn't come out with that blown out loin and that blown out rack shape and that explosive muscle that top trio does. That's a muscular sheep that just got edged out in terms of muscularity today. The next one that comes out in our 5-hole, that is a nice touching sheep. That sheep's as fresh as any of them in the division. He handles nice over his forerib, out of his rack and his loin. Where he runs into problems for me is when we put him into motion, he gets a little straighter off of both ends, which makes him raise his top up, tuck his dock down. If I could loosen him up and give him a little more ease in his stride, he could press those top 4 a bit more. A nice class all the way through. Let's please show our appreciation to these young people for bringing us a tremendous set. Nice job.
In our heavyweight class of naturals, out of class number 16, these lambs weighed 136 pounds and up. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place, Delaney Duke from Worcester. Third, Cade Beck from Petittsville. Fourth is Cameron Winter from New Weston. Fifth, Abby Snyder from Shelby. Sixth, Macy Miller from Carroll. And seventh is Jake Kramer from Findlay. Eighth, Riley Starcher from New Concord. And ninth, Marissa Snyder from Fort Laramie. And 10th place, Paisley Reynolds from Mount Vernon.
There's your drive, kids.
What?
What are you looking for?
I was going to call him in.
They're in. Ta-da!
They're in. Champ-
First call for Blackface Cross, class number 17. Those lambs weighed 93 to 108. First call, class 17, 93 to 108. Need you pretty quick. Second call for class number 17, Blackface Crosses, weighing 93 to 108.
Well, this is another one of those divisions. When we get them out here and we get the 8 out here, I'm really, really happy with what I have, and I can sit here and look at them and say that we put a pattern together, we put a type together, we got structural integrity, we got mass, we got width, we got freshness of touch. Each and every one of them do that. We started from that first division and worked right on in. When we get into this, I think there's 2 of them that just fall together for me like peas in a pod, and they put everything together that I like. Our champion and reserve are going to come out of that heavyweight division. I think that was an awfully strong division.
Our champion natural comes out of class number 16, Carson Nera from Loveland. Carson's going to receive a banner from the Banbury Hayhurst Livestock and Farm Printing. Our reserve champion natural goes to Delaney Duke from Worcester. She also receives a banner from Banbury Hayhurst Livestock and Farm Printing.
When we get to the 6 that are remaining in the ring, I think each and every one of them have a tremendous amount of quality to them. I'll go out and show you how I line them up. We're going to take our next 3 to 5. Again, let's show our appreciation to young people for bringing us a great division.
Number 3 goes to Jasper Marker from Greenville out of class 15. Fourth place goes to Addison Dillo from DeGraff. And fifth place goes to Harper Horning out of class number 14. Okay, this is last call for class number 17, Blackface Crosses. Be our first class of the day for the Blackface Crosses. These lambs weigh 93 to 108. Let's line those up.
Sorry, he wanted them in there, so I didn't wait for you to announce the kids.
It's all right.
If he wanted them, I was like, okay.
Yeah. It's all right. All right. Just want to remind a lot of you top winners today, the big committee. We'd like to congratulate all of the open market lamb sheep exhibitors on your work and dedication here at the State Fair. The big committee was founded on simple belief: bred well, raised right. We want to thank the generous support of our title sponsors. That's A.G. Boofer and Son and Farm Credit. And our open market lamb sheep show sponsor, Shell House Livestock. And many dedicated breeders, businesses, and families. We're proud to recognize accomplishments of Ohio's outstanding sheep exhibitors. Now, just a friendly reminder for the big committee award recipients, not only yesterday, but also today, please stop by the big committee table outside the Sheep Barn office today and receive your monetary award. Again, congratulations on receiving the big committee monetary award today.
That's pretty good stuff there.
Again, a reminder as we get here later in the day, and if you think you're done with your project and you would like to market your lamb, UPI, United Producers Incorporated, is here this afternoon. Kesslin Bigley is down here at the west end of the show arena. So they're located there underneath the Shell House Livestock banner that is above the weigh-out scale. They can weigh your lambs and get you paid today if you want to go ahead and get your lambs marketed. So stop in down there. They'll give you a price and anyhow have your lamb marketed if that's what you wish to do. Also a reminder that Megan Hunker Ruffing and her crew has been taking a lot of photos over the last 3 days. Not only here in the ring, professional shots, action shots here in the ring, but also back at the backdrop of a lot of the champions. Anyhow, you can see those photos on lindyslivestockphotos.com. If you would like extra photos of your exhibitors, come see Megan. Carly's here in the ring here working right now. We've had Carly and we've had Cameron. And anyhow, you can buy those photos again at lindyslivestockphotos.com. Or if there's a particular spot that you'd like for them to take a picture, they'd be glad to do that. Get a hold of them. They do a great job. They're professionals at what they do. So we appreciate having them today. And again, if you need an extra photo, get a hold of them. They'll be glad to take that for you. Second call for class number 18, class 18. That'll be black face crosses weighing 109 to 114. Second call, class 18, black face crosses 109 to 114.
You want me to double check, make sure they're making you, you want plate? Are you all right?
It looks pretty good. I'm not hungry, but it looks pretty good. I'm
What's
good.
that mean?
I'm good.
You're good?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't want to get to yawning up here. Let's make a final call. Final call for class number 18, black face crosses weighing 109 to 114. Final call.
get in this lightweight division and just got a tremendous set when we get out here, and it's where you put your preferences and where you put your priorities. The one that's the stoutest bodied, stoutest made, brings the most good things to one package is the young lady's lamb for me. When you study the forearm in this guy, you study how he opens up at his chest width and his back as he goes away from you. That sheep's expanded down his top and the upper part of his hip. That's the one that just has that extra stoutness and ruggedness for me to win the division. One that's really elegant in her look is the one that we have in second. That one's so immature in the way she comes to you. She's unique in the way she comes in her pattern design. She's maybe a little shorter fronted than the two that surround her on both sides, but when the young man gets her put together, she looks tremendous. She's really nice in terms of the angle of her shoulder, the way she hits the ground. She's muscular and shapely down her top. Is she as robust in the front 1/3 of her rib cage as the one that wins the division? Probably not, but that one's got enough muscularity and mass for me to get that one up into that second position. The one that we have in third, another one, stout from the ground up, stout bone, stout bodied, maybe even gives you a little extra of that forearm in relationship to the one that's in second. She's powerful down her top. She just gets a little bolder in her front 1/3 of her, in her shoulder. She just gets a little bolder in her look in relationship to that top pair. That's why she falls in the third spot for me. The one that it comes in fourth, again, another one that's stout and rugged and bold and stout made. Massive down her top. She's shapely down her top. She gets a little more mature in her look for me at this stage of the game. We're in that first class of crossbred. She gets a little deeper. She gets just a little piecier as we come out of her hip. That's why she falls 4 for me. A real good pattern, real good design, good-footed and legged ones, the one we have in 5. Like the lines, I like the pattern, like the design of that gal. She's athletic in her muscularity, but when we study her and we put her in relationship, those top 4, she needs to be wider at her base, wider at the center part of her body, but a real nice, good pattern one to be our 5th in this division. If you would, put your hands together for a nice class to start our crossbreds.
Our results of class number 17. These are blackface crosses weighing 93 to 108 pounds. First place goes to Ada Thomas from Wakeman. Second place, Hunter Burns from Greenville. Third place, Lexa Dunlap from Mainville. Fourth, Hunter Salzener from Seville. Fifth, Delaney Duke from Worcester. Sixth, Aaron Schweiderman from Salina. Seventh, Shelby Bays from Ashland. Eighth, Joe Bryas from Waleski, Georgia. Ninth, Tate Browsey from Louisville. And 10th, Ella Altizer from Mount Sterling. Entering the ring is class number 18. These lambs weigh 109 to 114 pounds. Going to make a first call for class number 19. Class number 19, those lambs weigh 115 to 118. First call, class 19. Second call for class number 19. Second call, class number 19. Blackface crosses weighing 115 to 118. Last call for class number 19. Last call, class number 19. Blackface crosses 115 to 118. Classes left?
Well, what's the last class number?
26.
We get in this second division, and another pair that rise to the top for me. I think it comes down to these two, and I think it comes down to those are the two more muscular sheep in the class. They handle with a great deal of dimension down their top, out their loin. They're wide from stifle to stifle. It gets to where you go to pattern, design, and the way they're put together, where it splits apart for me. The tall fronted, elegant fronted ones, the young lady here in the pink, that one is lifted up just a bit more in his chest floor. He balances up nice from chest to flank. A sheep that's explosive out of his rack, out of his hip, and from stifle to stifle. Hits the ground with that structural integrity. I like him a great deal to win the division. The one we have in second, again, he is not shy of the muscularity of the one that wins the class. That one's stout from the ground up. He opens up in his chest floor. He opens up in his base width. Comes out with a great deal of power out of his rack, his loin, out into his hip. That one's maybe just not as tall fronted, maybe not as just tucked up in his chest floor as what that class winner is, but that's a real good one to be second in this division. The one that we have in third, again, another one, pattern, design, feet and legs. You sure can't go wrong with him there. He handles nice to the touch. It's just those fine points that split him apart. He's just a bit flatter made in relationship to those two that win the division. He's a bit drier right there at his flank for me. That's why he falls in the third position. But that's a sheep that's got a lot of good things about him. He's got a lot of muscularity and shape to him. Just doesn't have that little extra that those two at the top of the division do. When we get to 4 and 5, I think what splits those apart is just the youthfulness and being the condition that they're in at this stage of the game. The prettier fronted ones, the one that we have in 4, the one that handles nicer over his forerib and fresher down his top into a more explosive top and wider from stifle to stifles, that guy we have in 4. Really good on his feet and legs. If I could change that guy, I'd like to just make him bolder right there in his forerib to make him run with that top 3, but a sheep that's really nice. If you look at structure, you look at design, we come in here and we've got to talk about the one that we have in 5. This one's complete in terms of her feet and legs and her lines and balance down her top, squareness out of her hip. She just doesn't have that extra flair and muscle and athleticism that those top 4 do, but one that is really good patterned. Again, let's show our appreciation for another great class of crossbreds.
Our results of class number 18. These will be crossbred lambs weighing 109 to 114 pounds. First place, Sutton Weston from Marion. Second place, Tori Moran from Richwood. Third, Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Fourth, Maddox Narup from Mainville. Fifth, Avery Kramer from Wapakoneta. Sixth, Sierra Boyce. Seventh, Allison DeMassimio from Sterling. Eighth, Shiloh Kinzel from Coshocton. Ninth, Caitlin Kinsman from Archibald. And 10th place, Caden Haynes from Union City. In the ring is class number 19, so we're going to make a first call for class number 20. Class number 20, those will be black-faced crosses weighing 119 to 123. Last call for class number 20. Last call, class number 20. Blackface crosses weighing 19 to 123.
Well, real nice set of lambs in this division. The two that come to the top of the division, I think those are the pattern and the design I like. The one that comes in the smoother package and makes those transitions the best for me is the young lady we have here in first. That's the taller fronted, nicer balanced one. Really smooth down his top. He just smooth where he hitches up at his hip and his loin. Good on his feet and legs. Just really like that guy a great deal. The one that we have in second place, I think a lot of the same traits that one that wins the class. He's tall-fronted, he's expressive out of his rack and his loin. Where he falls shy of winning this division, he doesn't tie together there at his hip and loin near as nice as what that one does that wins the class, but that one is fresh to the touch. He's athletic in his look. I like him a great deal. The one that comes into third, I had that one in there pushing those pretty good. He's stout from the ground up. That sheep's stout in his forearm. He's stout coming out of his rack. Where he falls shy in relation to them two that win the class, he's not as explosive and and fresh down his top. He doesn't come into that loin as fresh as what those others do, but one that's really massive, one that's really stout, and I like that about him a great deal. The dark lamb that we have in fourth, that one gives you that side view profile that we all like. She's tall fronted, she's nice and balanced down her top, square out of her hip, good on her feet and legs. She closes up just a little more at the bottom part of her body. We just need to make her just a little bolder to run in that top trio, but a real nice patterned one. One that is opened up at the base of her body in their chest floor in the center part of her body is the one we have in five. That one's as explosive out of her rack and her loin as any in the class, but when we get to studying her, we put her into motion, and even when we get her set on the silhouette, she gets a little rounder through her shoulder, a little rounder out of her hip. That's why I land her in the 5-hole. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people for another great class. Nice job.
Our results of class number 19, those lambs weighed 115 to 118 pounds, 19 head shown. First place goes to Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Second place goes to Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Third goes to Taylor Workman from Springfield. Fourth place, Jamie Maxson from Conover. Fifth, Reese Cook is from Mansfield. Sixth, Brinley Bollinger from Sterling. Seventh, William Gossard from Herod. Eighth, Addie Fine from Casstown. Ninth place, Boston Stapleton from Somerville. And 10th place, Bailey Browsey from Sycamore. In the ring, we have class number 20, We're going to make a first call. First call for Class 21. Class 21, those lambs weigh 124 to 127. We'd like to have those into the Schroyer Show Stock Makeup Arena. Class 21. Second call for class number 21. Second call, class 21. Lambs win 124 to 127.
Hey, we get in another really good class of crossbred lambs, and I think we got a real good pair to start this division with. We've got a tall-fronted, really good pattern, good-legged, good-footed one that comes with enough power and mass and comes out into a good hip, one that a good place to land to win this division. I think that one that we put into second, that one can rush that one that we win the class with pretty hard. That Weather just doesn't have as much length and extension to him. He doesn't make his transitions as smooth as what that one that wins the division, but that one's one that handles nice to the touch. He handles his feet and legs very well. A real good one to be in that second position. The Weather that we come into in third, he wins just in terms of sheer mass and stoutness from the ground up, and the shapely rack and loin and hip. Really fresh to the touch. He's right in his forerib, a sheep that just matches up very well with that top pair. Then we get into a trio or even 4 ewe lambs that we come in, and it starts separating itself out in terms of condition. I think the ewes are very similar in terms of their muscle design and their pattern and design. This one that we land in fourth with, she's just got that raw power to her. She's fresh over her ribs. She's fresh over her top. She's lean where she needs to be lean, and she's right in her condition where she needs to be right in her condition. And I think she comes with a bit more integrity out of her hock and off of her hip structure in relation to this one that we have in 5. I think the lamb we have here in 5, that one's sure one. I like the pattern and design. And as I said, we come into those next 2 real similar. She just has that extra power and punch to her. That's why she lands in the 5th hole for me. If you would, let's show our appreciation to these young people for a nice class.
Our results of class number 20. These lambs weigh 119 to 123. First place goes to Oksana Gossard from Herod. Second place is Tori Moran from Richwood. Third, Hunter Saltzner from Seville. Fourth, Joe Bies from Walika, Georgia. Fifth, Shelby Bays from Ashland. Sixth, Allison DeMassimino from Sterling. Seventh, Carter Kovalek from West Salem. Ninth, Brooke Narup. Eighth, Brooke Narup from Mainville. Ninth, McKenna Hauk from Georgetown. And 10th place, Bryn Bollinger from Sterling. Between the, okay. Our OME, which are Outstanding Exhibitor Award, those awards will be given between the champion drive on the Blackface crosses and our grand drive overall. So OME will be giving between, again, the crossbreds and our grand drive overall. In the ring, we have Class 21. Going to first call for Class number 22. Class number 22, blackface crosses weigh 128 to 130. Second call for Class number 22. Lambs weighing 128 to 130. This young lady's been helping us out for the last 3 days. I'd like to introduce to you Courtney Copeland. Courtney is our 2025-2026 Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. She will begin her sophomore year this fall at South Dakota State University, where she is majoring in agricultural education. She was raised on her family's sheep and crop farm located in Logan County. Courtney's been involved in the sheep industry from a very young age. She's exhibited sheep at the local, state, and national levels and continues to promote the multiple facets of the American sheep industry. Courtney's excited to be here today and wishes all the exhibitors good luck. Give a big old wave over there, Courtney, and thank you for helping us out. Last call for class number 22. Blackface crosses win 128 to 130.
We get into 5 that are real solid in this division, and we can come in and talk a lot of good things about them. The one that we start to talk transition and how they come together and how they blend together and balance feet and legs, and then comes into enough muscularity for me. Is that guy the thickest one in the division? He is not by any means, but that sheep has enough muscle for me, and he has those extras in the way he's put together in his pattern design and the way he balances up on his feet and legs, and he comes to me from chest, floor to flank, a real nice place to land. The lamb that we have in second, that one again, I will stress that he is probably the thicker of that top pair. He opens up with more chest width to him, more base width to him, more center body width than what that one does. But as he is youthful and as he is long-fronted and long-bodied is what that guy that wins the division, no. But that is a really nice, balanced, really good sheep, a sheep that packs a lot of product and a lot of power into a pretty package. The one that comes in third, this guy here, he pushes them real hard in terms of the way it comes together, his stoutness of foot, stoutness of bone, and just ruggedness of body. He doesn't make those transitions from his shoulder to his hip to his loin as nice as what those top 2 do, but that one's got a great deal of power coming out of his rack, and his loin comes into a big wide stifle, a real nice one to stand third. I've had this one that we've had in fourth all over the board of where I'm going to land him as we come in and we place him. That's the tallest fronted, longest bodied one in the class. I like the functionality of that guy when he gets around the ring. He's pretty in his silhouette. Where he falls short for me, and you get him in the top 5 here, he's the narrower base one, he's the flatter made one, and that's being awful critical of one that does have enough muscle. But when we come in there and we get to those extra extremes, he just doesn't have those. If I could make him wider through the center part of his body, just make him a little wider off his base, that one could come to the top of the class for me. With a wider one, or maybe even the widest one we do have in this division, maybe the one that has the most product is the one that we come into 5. That one's explosive out of his rack, out of his top, comes into a great big old stout hip, stands down on a big old stout bone and foot. But where he comes out here, he starts to get round off of both ends for me. He's a little shorter fronted than what those top 4 are, but that is a powerful made sheep that's got a great deal of product to him. That's a nice set of crossbred sheep. Please put your hands together and show your appreciation for those young people.
Our results of class number 21. Blackface Crosses win 124 to 127. First place goes to Oksana Gossard from Herod. Second place goes to Carly Mag from Ottawa. Third place, Delaney Dute from Worcester. Fourth place, Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Fifth, Dallas Cribbaheny from Richwood. Sixth, Brock Shear from Shreve. Seventh, Bria White from Ashland. Eighth, Carmela Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. Ninth, Aspen Cribbaheny from Richwood. And 10th place, Kinsley Courtwright from Troy. Entering the ring, we have class number 22. So we're going to call class 23. Class 23, Blackface Cross Lambs weigh 131 to 134. Class number 23 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call for class number 23, Liam's weighing 131 to 134. Last call for class number 23, Blackface Claw Lambs, weighing 131 to 134.
We get in this class, and we've got two that are real similar in their pattern to design. I think, again, when we start talking the transitions, the way they come together and blend together, I think they're the two that do it. And when you come in and you start breaking the fine points apart, the one that comes with more power out of his rack, he's fresher out of his loin, he transitions into it from his hip and loin a little smoother and fresher for me, is the one that wins the division. He gives us that little extra shot of length, he gives us that extra shot of stoutness and power from the ground up. I think a nice place to land. When we get into that one in second, I think that one resembles the one that wins the class more closely than anything that we have left in the division. Pattern, design, just the way he comes up through his front end, that one's the one that blends together for me, and he comes in a more complete package. Now, does he come with the power and the freshness of loin and shape that one that wins the division? Probably not. I'd like to maybe just freshen him up there where he hitches up at his hip and loin, but a sheep that's just got so much power and pattern and design, I need to get him at the second position in this class. The one that we have in third, he may come with a notch more rack shape than the one that we have in second. But when we get to studying him and analyzing him, he gets a little rounder off of his front end, a little rounder out of his hip. He wants to jump up there at his hip-loin junction just a bit and get a little shorter in his hip. But that is a sheep that is stout from the ground up. He's round-bodied. He's got some expression of rack, and one that handles very nice from end to end. One that's really nice in terms of her pattern and design and just basic build is this one that we have in 4. She's as good as any on her feet and legs. It ties into her shoulder at the right angle. She's fresh through her chest floor. When we start analyzing her and putting those fine points together in our top trio, she just doesn't have that curvature of body and extra width that they come with, but that is a good pattern, good design one, good-footed and good-legged one that's awfully nice to land in that 4 position. I put the young man here in 5th, and I talked to him earlier. That is a powerful dude. If you want to handle one that's fresh and got a lot of product to him, you need to get your hands on this one. He just jumps out of his rack, comes into a great big loin, great big hip, expressive athletic muscularity to him. It works against him, though, when we get him into motion. The sheep wants to get a little round and a little coarse. That's why he falls in the 5-hole for me. But that one's got a world of product to him, a world of good to him. If you would, let's put our hands together for a real nice crossbred division.
Our results of class number 22. Those lambs weighed 128 to 130 pounds. First place goes to Nara Schroyer from DeGraff. Second place, Reese Toller from Bidwell. Third, Kendall Davies from Bowling Green. Fourth, Zane Warner. Fifth, Gavin Richards from Bowling Green. 6th, Brady Barth from Marietta. 7th, Avery Kramer from Wapakoneta. 8th, Reese Cook from Mansfield. 9th, Carter Kovalik from West Salem. And 10th place, Addison Beckett from Orgonia. Entering the ring is class 23. Going to make a first call for class number 24. Class 24, those are black-faced cross lambs weighing 135 to 138. Second call for class number 24. Class 24, that's Blackface Cross Lambs, weighing 135 to 138. Again, announcement in the barn. We're going to have our OME, our Outstanding Market Exhibitor ceremony. We'll be following the Blackface Cross Drive and our Grand Champion Overall Drive. I'm sorry, I meant to say in between the two drives. In between the two drives. What's that?
A very, very competitive set of lambs in this division, and I think you come in and you talk the pieces and parts that you like and how things come together. When this sheep that wins the class gets out and going, this is the one that keeps things together for me the best. He's really nice in terms of his pattern and design. He makes those transitions good for me. And then he brings you that extra benefit of extra width and just dimension from end to end. If you study that guy coming and going from you, he is wide at the ground. He's wide in the center part of his body. And then he just breaks apart so wide down his top and from stifle to stifle and puts it in a real good package and makes it blend together for me. When we come in and it gets some pluses and minuses to these next two sheep that come into class. This one that stands in second, so fresh to the touch. He's fresh down his top, out of his loin and out of his hip. A sheep that I really, really like in that aspect of him. But when you come out here, he gives you that extra shot of length, and I want to call that a benefit, but it works at a disadvantage to him just a bit. When we get him into motion, that guy does not want to transition right behind his shoulder as well as what the one that wins the class. But that is a nice sheep, one that's really, really good, and we're picking him apart and being awfully hard on him. But just like to make him blended just a bit better right behind his shoulder as we put him into motion. The one that we have in third, another sheep, has got a great deal of power to him. You study him from the ground up and you look at him coming and going to you, he's wide off of both ends. That sheep's expressive down his top. Does he blend it together as nice as what those top two do? Probably not. He gets just a little deeper and just plainer through his front end. Where he gets beat, and this is where he falls shy for me, is he is not as stable off of his back hock. If you study him going away from me, he wants to flip his hock out just a bit, and I mean just a bit. You go to a lot of shows, and they're going to run to the top with him, and they're going to hand you a purple banner when it's over, because that one was in some pretty deep water, but just wants to slightly get it out for me, and we just got to take a note of today. The one that we put in third, that's another sheep that's got a great deal of muscularity and mass to him. And that comes into a really, really fresh package. The young lady's got him presented very nicely. He's big-footed, big-boned. When we study him, and we're getting to the fine points again, gets a little rounder out of his shoulder, gets a little rounder out of his hip, and that's being critical to one that can stand lots and lots of competition. The one that we put in five, a real nice, balanced, real structurally sound one that you appreciate the lines and the comfortable movement and motion that one has around the ring. That's the narrower gauge of the top five as we get him in here, and that's why he lands in the fifth position for me. That's a good sheep that's really balanced, got a lot of muscle to him, just doesn't have that little extra that those top four do. That's a real good class. If you would, put your hands together for a real nice crossbred division.
Our results of class number 23, those lambs weighed 131 to 134 pounds. First place goes to Sutton Weston from Marion. Second place goes to Nara Schroyer from DeGraff. Third place goes to Keegan Jones from Herod. Fourth, Brindley Rice, Farmdale. Fifth, Abby Snyder, Shelby. Sixth place, Lola McCarroll from West Milton. Seventh place, Hallie Kender from Sardinia. Eighth place, Ella Altizer. Ninth place, Allison DeMassimero from Sterling. 10th place, Hunter Salzner from Seville.
I'm living the dream, Roger. Could live down here year round doing this.
In the ring, we have class number 24. We're going to call class number 25. First call, class 25. Those lambs weigh 139 to 144. We need to have those in the Schroyer Show Stock Makeup Arena. Again, just a reminder, if you're finished with your project and you want to have your lamb marketed, you can do that right here at the Ohio State Fair. UPI, United Producers Incorporated, they're right down here with us today underneath the Shell House scale, livestock company scale. Kesslin, Rick are down there. They can get you signed in and get you weighed right across the scale. And anyhow, you can market your lamb right here at the Ohio State Fair. Second call for class number 25. Again, those lambs weigh 139 to 144. We need to have those to the Schroyer Show Stock Makeup Arena.
we've got
Last call for class number 25. Last call, class 25. Lambs win 139 to 144.
Another really, really good class. And then we come in and they're starting to just hit that mold that you just got bunches of them coming at me. They're swarming at me now, and I like that. When we get in here, we're really deep in this division. The one that wins the division, I think he's the most complete. I think he blends in better down his top, out of his hip and his loin. Where that one really gets you excited is when the young man gets off of him and just lets him stand on his own. That guy's almost like they've just sculpted him through his front end. He lays good into his blade. He blends in good down his top. good on his feet and legs. Real nice place to start this division. That one that lands in second is one that's pushing him a great deal. He's made a lot the same way. He's wide at his base. He's wide at his chest floor. He's wide coming and going from you, wide through the center part of his body. He has that extra shot of stoutness. Is he as elegant through his front end? No. Is he bad through his front end? No. That is a good-fronted, good-made sheep, a nice one to pair up with that class winner. The one that we have in third, that one's going to press a lot of people's buttons. That one's tall-fronted. He's good-looking. He's good on his feet and legs. Balances up very nice. When you get your hands on him, he touches nice down his top. Where it just comes to the fine points and those little fundamentals, he gets a little shorter and rounder out of his hip. That's where he gets beat in this division. That is one tremendous sheep to stand third in this class. The ewe lamb that we have here in fourth, I tell you, you get up and you get in these sizes and this maturity and you get a ewe lamb that it is this lean and this athletic in her muscle, you got to get excited. I'd get excited to look at that one every day if I had her at home. That's a nice sheep. She's explosive out of her rack. She's nice out of her loin. She just gets a little more in terms of straightness off of both ends in relationship to that top trio. But boy, that one's going to be a fun one to have for a long time. I like her a good deal. The one that we have in five, again, another one, you put him in a different division, he's going to come out and he's going to glide to the top. He's expressive out of his rack, big loin, big hip. He gets a little straighter out of his hock. You can kind of see that as the young man's sitting here with him. He wants to maybe close up a little bit at his base, but that is another sheep that can stand lots and lots of competition. Guys, put your hands together for a nice division.
Our results, the class number 24, Lambs win 135 to 138 pounds. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place, Reese Toller from Bidwell. Third place, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Fourth, Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Fifth, Cade Beck from Pettisville. Sixth, Morgan McMahon from Marion. Seventh, J. Lee Schroeder from Continental. Eighth place, Betsy Young-Peter from Spencerville. Ninth, Sydney Kinder from Sardinia. And 10th place, Gia Stickle from Bowling Green. This is your guy right here. My name's Ralph. Jason Hinthorn. Jason Hinthorn, if you could come up to the announcer's stand, please. Jason Hinthorn. In the ring, we have Class 25. We're going to make our call for our final class for the black face crosses. It's class number 26. Class number 26, those lambs weigh 145 and up. Going to make a first call on class 26 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call for class number 26. Lambs win 145 to 160. Last call for class number 26. Last call, class 26. Lambs weighing 145 and up.
We get in this heavier division, and we find one. I found one that I really like. That is a fresh dude for this size and this stage of the game. He's massive. He's stout from the ground up. He's good in these lines. He balances nice, and then he touches well. That gives you that extra credit when you come in there and grab a hold of him. The weather lamb and the ewe lamb that come next, I think it just comes back to where are we maturity-wise and what are we looking like in terms of freshness and design. I think the one that's more tucked up in his chest floor, youthful through his front end, more youthful in terms of his touch and fresher to his touch is the weather lamb that I'm putting second. That's the one that I like. That's where we're going to land. Again, I want the ewe that comes in here. We get into these big scaled classes and you get that ewe. It's hard to keep these ewes that fresh and that nice and that athletic in their look. And again, that's one that'll put a smile on my face. I get to go home and look at that one every day. That is a good ewe lamb that's massive down her top, out of her hip. She just maybe gets a little deeper in relationship to that weather that stands second to her, and that's why she lands in that position. But that is one special character right there, and I wish the young lady great luck with that one as that we put that one in production. The one that we have in fourth, that is a massive, thick-made one that's expressive out of his rack. He's expressive down his loin. He's starting to show his age a bit to me. He's starting to want to get a little deeper and rougher up through his front end. Maybe doesn't blend as nice and as fresh right there at his hip-loin junction, but sure appreciate the stoutness and the width that guy possesses. The one that we have in five, another good structured, good design one. He's starting to get a little stale in his appearance for me. He's starting to lay on some flesh, starting to get some condition to him, but a big bone, stout made, rugged one you sure appreciate, one that's good to round off the top five in this division. Again, let's put our hands together for a nice class.
Our results of class number 25, these lambs weighed 139 to 144. First place, Ephraim Fowler from Salesville. Second place, Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Third, Reese Cook from Mansfield. Fourth, Taylor Wadsworth from Atwater. Fifth, Dawson Staley from Fredericktown. Sixth, Parker Grimm from Mount Gilead. Seventh, Rowan Ward from Waverly. Eighth, Avery Flax from Springfield. Ninth, Gabriella Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. And 10th place, Peyton Prince from Conover. In the ring, we have class number 26. This will be our last Blackface Cross class of today, so we need to have the first and second place class winners in class 17 through 25. 17 through 25, we need to have you come to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena so we can next have our Blackface Cross Grand Drive. Then after that drive, we'll work our way into the OME, and we'll give the results of the OME, the Outstanding Exhibitor Awards, and then that will follow up then with our grand overall drive for the open show. The following exhibitors will be recognized in the Outstanding Market Exhibitor Program before the grand drive of our open show tonight. So we need to have these exhibitors to be making their way over to the office area where you will gather together there. We need to have Chance Holly, Hunter Salzener, Cade Beck, Brinley Bollinger, Zane Warner, Brinley Rice, Kinsey Wooten, Taylor Workman, Delaney Doot. Elise Honeycutt, Gia Stickle, Avery Landon, Shiloh Kinzel, Austin Salzner, Mallory Snyder, Bryson Walpe, Taylor Wadsworth, Adeline Paulman, Kaylin Kinsman, Anika Rosebrock, Gabriella Izzo, Allison Poling, Piper Pinnell, Nathan Workman, Claire Nichols, Bryn Shearer, Bria White, Gabriella Niederhaus, Carter Prince, Claire Kramer, Gavin Richards, Gentry Krutzer, Braden Wolf, Ephraim Fowler, Coy Beck, Avery Flax, Victoria Kovacs, Avery Rice, Carly Mag, Shelby Bays, Ella Altizer, Zayden Wooten, Harper Horning, Morgan Neal, Jake Kramer, Callie Hoppus, Betsy Youngpeter, Dallas Kribahenny, Carter Kovalik, Adelaida Culp. We need to have all those exhibitors make their way over to the office area.
You will be receiving an outstanding exhibitor award.
Those following exhibitors will be receiving a Outstanding Market Exhibitor Award. Okay, Blackface Cross exhibitors, all those that were in first and second place in class 17 through 25. Let's be working our way up to the makeup arena. We're finishing up this last class here, class 26, and we'll be ready to go for our champion Blackface Cross. So be working those up there pretty quick.
Well, what a class to end with. We've got a trio up here that match together real nice for me. And when we get to this stage and this weight and this part of the game, I think all 5 of them really come out and they show us really fresh parts, really neat parts and pieces. The 3 that we have at the top, I think they're the ones that fit together the mold that I want to do today. The one that comes together and does it the best for me is the young lady here in the pink. That's the nicest balanced, freshest made one. The way he blends down his top into his hip. He's good on his feet and legs. He's fresh to the touch. Comes with a great deal of power. A good way to end the day. The lamb that we have in second, I think it gets close between second and third. And I think when it comes to where where we measure things is the functionality and the motion around the ring. This sheep that we have in second, I love the stoutness, the ruggedness, the design that guy has, the way he transitions down his top into his hip, the way he handles his base width. If I'm going to get critical of him, that guy wants to tweak his back hock out just a hair. And I'm being real critical. That one can stand a lot of heat, a lot of competition, but that's why he landed in the second position behind that one that wins the division. The one that's in third, another one, brings that roundness and stoutness of body to him. He's explosive down his top. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He brings that big foot and big bone to the ring, one that's really got that rugged look and matches up with that top pair very well for me. Kind of the odd sheep in the class for me is the one we have in fourth. He's as fresh as any of them that come to the ring today. He's got a nice touch to him. Is he the boldest top? Is he the boldest bodied one? No. But he's fresh to the touch. He's clean over his rib. That one's going to hang a nice carcass. I'd like to stouten him up from the ground up. He gets a little refined in his look, but I think he's just so fresh that he's got to go in the 4 position for me. The lamb that we land into the 5-hole with, he's another big, stout, boned one, but when we study him from the ground up, he's the narrowest base one of the top 5. As we see him coming and going from us, I'd like to make him a little wider striding, but that sheep touches nice. He's fresh over his rib. Guys, if you would, put your hands together for a nice crossbred division.
Our results of class number 26, Blackface Crosses, weighed 145. And up, first place goes to Sutton Weston from Marion. Second place, Keegan Jones from Herod. Third, Julian Ball from Danville. Fourth, Anara Schroyer from DeGraff. Fifth, Chance Holly from Bowling Green. Sixth, Avery Flax from Springfield. 7, Gavin Richards from Bowling Green. 8th, Maddox Narup from Mainville. 9th, Tucker Schuffenecker from Oregon. And 10th place is Colin Osberger from Lima. Okay, rack them up, line them up, and let's have our crossbred champion.
Yes, sir. Can we borrow a name? Sure. What color? Whatever you give us. Whatever. My favorite.
After we go through our crossbred blackface champion, next we'll move into our OME awards. And then it'll be followed then by our overall champion. Okay, we're ready to go for our champion blackface cross. We're going to start out in class number 17. There were 22 heads shown. The lambs weighing 93 to 108 pounds. First was Ada Thomas from Wakeman. Our second place in that class was Hunter Burns from Greenville. Moving on to the Class 18 class, those lambs weighed 109 to 114. First place, Sutton Weston from Marion. Second in that class was Tori Moran from Richwood. In class number 19, lambs weighing 115 to 118 pounds. First place, Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Second place was Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Going to class number 20, lambs weighing 119 to 123. First was Oksana Gossard from Herod. Second place was Tori Moran from Richwood. In class 21, lambs weighed 124 to 127. Again, Oksana Gossard from Herod. Second place in that class was Carly Mag from Ottawa. In class number 22, lambs weighed 128 to 130. First place was Anara Schroyer from DeGraff. Second place was Reese Toller from Bidwell. As we go to class number 23, lambs weighed 131 to 134 pounds. First place, Sutton Weston from Marion. Second place was Anara Schroyer from DeGraff. Our next class was class number 24. Lambs weighing 135 to 138. First place, Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place was Reese Tuller from Bidwell. Our next class of the day was class number 25. Lambs weighed 139 to 144. First place was Ephraim Fowler from Salesville. Second place was Addie Dunlap from Mainville. And our final class in the blackface cross was class number 26. Those lambs weighed 145 and up. First place was Sutton Weston from Marion. And second place was Keegan Jones from Herod. Again, after this class, we will go into our Outstanding Market Exhibitor, OME Awards. It's going to last approximately 15 minutes. Just to give you guys an idea, it'll last approximately 15 minutes. So I guess our suggestion would be we'll work right into our grand champion overall lamb after that. So be getting those lambs ready. We'll probably be into our grand drive here in about 20, 25 minutes as soon as we can get all of our breed champions into the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. They have informed me, too, that if you took gates off, you need to get them put back on. The gates need to be in the place where they were when you came here to the fair. If the gates aren't where they're supposed to be, you will not get a release because they're going to walk the barns. Dan?
We getting out in this crossbred division, and boy, it's exciting what we have that we brought back. Each and every one of the classes, we had so much depth. It's so nice that you could come out and get a uniform set as we look at them. I'm very satisfied with what I have. We've got a bunch of sheep out here that are really nice in their balance. They're nice in their design. They're fresh. They get around the ring good. Muscularity. They're opened up at their base. They're opened up in the center part of their body. I'm going to pick 5 of them that do it a little better than the others, but I tell you, that's just the fine points and just little small things that split them apart. It's been a tremendous division. If you would, put your hands together and I'll go get your top 5.
Our champion lamb comes out of class number 24, Carson Narup from Loveland. Our reserve also comes out of class number 24, Reese Tuller from Bidwell. Third goes to Sutton Weston out of class number 23. Fourth goes to Sutton Weston out of class number 26. She's from Marion County. And fifth goes to Oksana Gossard out of class number 20 from Harrod. Okay, that concludes our blackface cross division. Again, we'll need the first and your champion reserve back here in just a second. Again, all of the breed champions throughout to the day, starting this morning. We need for you to start thinking about coming to the Schroyer Showstop Makeup Arena. We'll be ready to go with that champion overall open champion drive here in about 15 minutes. So get those lambs making their way up here. We're next going to go into the OME Awards program. Again, if you are done with your lamb and you would like that lamb marketed, UPI, United Producers Incorporated, is here at the west end of the building. They'll weigh that lamb for you and you'll get paid. Again, check with the desk down below at the Shell House Livestock banner. They can get you weighed out and you can get your market lamb marketed without taking him home. the Ohio State Fair Exposition Commission, along with the Ohio State University Extension, 4-H Youth Development, and the Ohio Agricultural Education Service, FFA, are pleased to welcome you to the Ohio State Fair Junior Fair Sheep Market Exhibitor Awards presentation. During this time, we will recognize youth's achievements in the Outstanding Market Exhibitor Project area for sheep. The Outstanding Market Exhibitor Award was created to recognize youth who excel in multiple market project areas. The OME program combines an in-person skillathon, market showmanship, and market animal placings into one all-around market exhibitor award. The OME Awards are comprised of age winners from 10 age groups, along with the top 10 overall exhibitors, regardless of age. The top 10 Outstanding Market Exhibitor Awards were sponsored by the Virgil Strickler Youth Reserve Program. Doing our presenting this evening is Roger High from the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association. He's your executive director. Donald Jakeway, he's vice chair of the Ohio State Fair Exposition Commission. Courtney Copeland, she's your Ohio Lamb and Wool ambassador. Erin Limes Stickle, she's secretary of the Ohio State Fair and Expo Commission. The Outstanding Market Exhibitor Award age winners are, in the 8 and 9-year-old division, Chance Holly from Wood County. In the 10-year-old division, Hunter Salzener from Medina County. In the 11-year-old division, Cade Beck from Fulton County. In the 12-year-old division, Brinley Bollinger from Wayne County. In the 13-year-old, Zane Warner from Sandusky County. In 14-year-old division, Brinley Rice, Trumbull County. In the 15-year-old division, Kenzie Wooten from Mahoning County. And the 16-year-old division, Taylor Workman from Clark County. And in the 17-year-old division, Delaney Doot from Wayne County. And the 18-year-olds, Elise Honeycutt from Stark County. New for 2026. New for 2026, we are excited to introduce a new tradition for the Outstanding Market Exhibitor Program. While we are recognizing our top 10 outstanding market exhibitors today, their final overall placings will remain a surprise until the Sale of Champions on Sunday, August the 9th. At that time, we will reveal the top 10 overall outstanding market exhibitor rankings and present all outstanding market exhibitor awards. From 11 through 25 place awards will be provided by funds from the Ohio State Fair Barn Promotion Auction, organized by the OSIA, and 26th through 50th place awards will be provided by funds from the Big Association. Okay, we're going to start with number 50. Number 50 is Gia Stickle from Wood County. Number 49, Avery Landon from Marion County. Number 48 is Shiloh Kenzo from Crawford County. And 47th is Austin Salzener from Medina County. Number 46, Mallory Snyder, Shelby County. Number 45, Bryson Walpe from Hamilton County. Number 44 is Taylor Wadsworth from Portage County. Number 43, Adlin Pullman from Allen County. Number 42, Kaylin Kinsman, Fulton County. Number 41, Anika Rosebrock, Henry County. Number 40, Gabriella Niederhaus from Ottawa County. Number 39, Carter Kovalek from Medina County. Number 38 is Gabriella Izzo, Medina County. Number 37, Allison Poling from Union County. Number 36 is Piper Pinnell from Tuscarawas County. Number 35, Nathan Workman, Clark County. Number 34, Claire Nichols from Wyandotte County. Number 33 is Bria White from Ashland County. Number 32 was Carter Prince, Champaign County. And 31st, Claire Kramer, Hancock County. And in 30th, Gavin Richards from Wood County. In 29, Gentry Krotzer from Sandusky County. Number 28, Braden Wolf from Wyandotte County. Number 27, Kinsey Wooten, Mahoning County. And number 26, Ephraim Fowler, Guernsey County. Let's go ahead and get a pick.
In no particular order, we're not going to give our 10.
There's a girl named Adelaida.
What about her?
Yeah, that's how you say that.
Oh.
Adelaida. Who was Ephraim Fowler so I can give him his thing?
26.
Okay, in 25th, Coy Beck from Fulton County. Number 24, Chance Holly from Wood County. Number 23, Avery Flax from Clark County. Number 22, Victoria Kovacs, Morrow County. Number 21, Avery Rice from Trumbull County. Number 20 is Carly Mag from Putnam County. Number 19, Shelby Bays from Richland County. Number 18, Ella Altizer, Delaware County. Number 17, Zayden Wooten from Mahoning County. Number 16, Harper Horning from Crawford County. Number 15 is Morgan Neal from Huron County. Number 14 is Jake Kramer from Hancock County. I think we're going to have every county represented. Number 13, Callie Hoppus from Marion County. Number 12, Betsy Young Peter from Allen County. Number 11, Dallas Cribahenny from Union County. Let's get a pick. Okay, and now in no particular order. Again, in no particular order. Our top 10 outstanding market exhibitors are 11-year-old Cade Beck from Fulton County. 12-year-old Brinley Bollinger, Wayne County. 10-year-old Adelaida Culp from Wood County. 17-year-old Delaney Doot from Wayne County. 18-year-old Elise Honeycutt from Stark County. 14-year-old Brinley Rice from Trumbull County. 17-year-old Bryn Shear from Wayne County. 10-year-old Hunter Salzener from Medina County. 13-year-old Zane Warner from Sandusky County. And 16-year-old Taylor Workman from Clark County. Again, these exhibitors will all be at the Sale of Champions next Sunday. And they'll be awarded in the top 10 outstanding market exhibitors. Okay, we'll get a picture of this crew. Okay, folks, we're done with the OME program. And we're ready to go with bringing those breed champions up, your champion and reserve breed champions. We need to have those into the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. All the champion and reserve breed champions that we had today starting at 8 o'clock this morning. You will see a chair and your name will be on it. So let's get those lambs up into the makeup arena so we can have our grand open class drive.
think we're good to go. They're lined halfway lined up.
Where's our gatekeeper at? They're lined up. As far as they should be.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, let's get into our Grand Champion Open Class Market Lamb Show for 2026, Ohio State Fair. Starting off this morning at 8 o'clock. We started with the Hampshires, and our Grand Champion Hampshire was Oksana Gossard from Herod. Our reserve champion Hampshire was Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Our next breed of the day was the Shropshires, and our champion Shropshire was Boston Stapleton from Somerville. Our reserve champion Shropshire was Dawson Staley from Fredericktown. Next was our Southdown division. Our champion Southdown is Zayden Wooten from Salem. Our reserve champion Southdown is Ashton Anderson from Centerburg. Next was the Dorsets, and our champion Dorset was Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Our reserve Dorset was Chance Holly from Bowling Green. Next was our Oxford division, and our champion Oxford was Brinley Bollinger from Sterling. And our reserve Oxford was Elise Honeycutt from Hartville. Next was our AOB All Other Breeds division. Champion was Delaney Duke from Worcester. Our reserve was Gavin Richards from Bowling Green. Next, we moved into our Whiteface Cross. In our Whiteface Cross division, our champion was Adeline Dunlap from Mainville. Our reserve was Tori Moran from Richwood. Next, we moved into the Naturals, and our champion natural was Carson Narup from Loveland. And our reserve was Delaney Duke from Worcester. And our final division of the day was our Blackface Crosses, and our champion Blackface Cross was Carson Narup from Loveland. And our reserve was Reese Toller from Bedwell. Again, let's give these exhibitors a nice hand for a great, great show. They came to the top. Our judge has been Dan Willoughby. Dan is a Purdue University graduate and member of the 1988 Purdue Livestock Judging Team. He brings over 45 years of experience in the livestock industry. Dan and his wife, Carol, are the founders of Willoughby Sales, the nation's oldest multi-species online sales and marketing firm. Together, they have played a significant role in shaping modern livestock promotion and auction services. Today, Dan proudly works alongside his son, Justin, and daughter-in-law, Erin, who own and operate Willoughby Sales, continuing the family legacy. When not working, Dan enjoys judging livestock shows, traveling with Carol, and spending time with his family, including his grandchildren, Eleanor, Everett, and Estella. Let's give Dan a nice hand for working with us today. A nice long day, a good show, and I tell you what, there was some real tough classes.
Just Grandin Reserve is State Fair. 3, 4, and 5 is Big Ten.
Big. Oh, they have nothing to
Our champion and reserve banner will be presented by the Ohio State Fair, but we also have banners from the top 5 from Bembury Hayhurst Livestock and the Farm Printing. We also will have awards from the top 5 from the Big and for the top 5 overall.
Well, I don't have a whole lot prepared to say, but I will say this: the sheep are at a high level. I mean, it's everything that I expected it to be, and probably a little more. The freshness and the just being ready today and coming out and being structurally sound and there. We can talk about each and every one of them, but I'm going to be repetitive. I feel like I've got a cookie cutter set out here that I've been able to grab the ones I want. They're structurally sound, they're wide-based, they're fresh, they're explosive and athletic in their muscle, they're right in their lines, they're the kind you want to stand in a backdrop with, and then you also want to turn them loose and see them in the way they function and they travel and in their design. There's the ones that just do it a little better than the others, but I just think it's just a tremendous, tremendous set of sheep. The kids have been great. They've done a tremendous job, been courteous. And any time that I've been to Ohio, it's one of those things you come in and you appreciate Extension so much and you appreciate the volunteers so much that do this. I mean, it comes from the county up to the state. Everything's so organized. I don't know that I've been to any county show or any state show that you've ever had that it just hadn't been just boom, 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 boom. The kids know what they're doing. They're very responsive, respectful. They know what's going on. And that goes back to a great base. You guys have a tremendous base. Then I see that you guys are giving all these awards to all these kids and you got this money pot. And then you come out and it's not just to one person. You guys are getting that to a lot of different kids, a lot of different places. That's important. And I tell you, the thing that just hits me and it'll hit me on the way home is how many young kids that came in through all these classes and these divisions that were very talented. You guys have got a bright future in Ohio, and you ought to be awfully, awfully proud of it. Guys, you've got a great state fair. You need to appreciate everybody that puts that together for you. It gets, as we go into this further and further, cost and just the way to put these productions on get a little more challenging and that part of it. You need to go and thank the people that are behind it and let them know that you appreciate what they do. The other thing that I want to say is, we all get caught up in the heat of the battle. And I'm sure it's been like ultimate fight night here because, guys, this is a good set of sheep. And I mean, you guys have been beating it out for the last 3 days. And I'm getting it at the end. I can't imagine how high the energy was when you guys came in 3-4 days ago and you kind of leveling out now. I appreciate that. You guys have got a tremendous set of sheep. I have been on every end of this. And I tell you, there's nothing more disappointing. You come to town and you think you got a shot and you stand second or third. And you stand second or third behind that one that, man, I thought I could have beat him. But that guy out here, which is me today, went the other way. There's one thing that I will say, and as I get older, if you guys can say a kind word to somebody around here, a young person that comes in here, I can remember some of these old guys, and there's not very many of those old guys that I still see out there, but I can remember the kind words that kept me going and got me enthused and got me excited about this. If you would, just say one kind word to one person before you leave here, and that would be what I'd ask for you. If you would, put your hands together, and I'll show you your Grand and Reserve and your top 5.
Our grand champion goes to Carson Narup on the whiteface cross at a class or whiteface division or blackface division. Also out of the black-face cross division, our reserve is Reese Tuller from Bidwell. Third overall comes from the Hamp division, Oksana Gossard from Herod. Fourth is our champion natural, Carson Narup from Loveland. Fifth overall goes to Grayson Clark, our reserve champion, Hampshire. Congratulations to all exhibitors. Outstanding show. On behalf of the staff here at the Ohio State Fair, congratulations. Have a safe trip home, and we hope to see you back here next year.